Morning, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Let's wait a few moments for the advocates to finish setting up. But what struck me about yesterday was sometimes an inspector can ask questions at the end of cross-examination. I just want to make it clear for any members of the public watching that if I don't have any questions, it's not because I'm not interested in what you're saying. It's because I might literally have no questions. So I'm just making that clear for members of the public. We finished yesterday the hearing evidence in chief from the council. We're going to hear more evidence in chief from the appellant's side. And I'm going to invite Miss Sargent to introduce her next witness. Before I do that, are there any matters that I need to be made aware of?
So sorry, I'm going to let Mr. Neil go just because I'm still scrabbling around to start. But I'm running late because something has come up that Mr. Neil and I were just discussing.
It's my fault, not Ms. Sargent's. It wasn't such a. So yes, I've been informed. I was informed overnight that you heard a lot of evidence about this Marks and Spencer store, and it's there was the I've been given an email from the council's chief executive, the Fleet Town Council, and I think internally of the council, which was sent at 4:30 yesterday afternoon. That the Marks and Spencers and Fleet is going to close, and it sets out. I won't read the whole thing out, but it sets out that it's it's looking for a larger footprint, too small and cramped, etc. Now, you won't have seen that email, and neither is Ms. Sargent, but it is a material fact, and you need to be aware of it, as does, I think, and as do both the retail witnesses. And I know Mr. Singer. I don't know if he's aware of this, but so this is all very new, and I didn't want. I think it's right. The council has to raise it with this inquiry now. The difficulty is that because it is clearly material one way or the other. I don't know how or why. I haven't really had a chance to discuss it with Ms. Reeves either. Procedurally, one way of dealing with it, and I'm not suggesting at this stage that this is the way we should go, is that I'd have to recall Miss Reeves to out its implications for her evidence, and then she'd have to be cross-examined on it, and that would take time this morning. And secondly, Mr. Singer would then need to be have to be questioned about it. Now, there's difficulties with that because, in fairness to the appellant and Ms. Sargent, they won't have time to. Miss Sargent's only just received this, so she won't have time to cross it to take instructions to understand what she might need to ask Miss Reeves about. So I'm not proposing at this stage to recall Miss Reeves because I think that would be unfair. Had a very brief word with Miss Sargent as to how to deal with it. One option may be, and again, this is all just sort of trying to work out procedurally how best to accommodate this. There is two ways of doing it: either deal with it in writing, and through updates to the written evidence. Now, that's not ideal because the implications of that can't then be tested in cross-examination, and it is quite an important issue in the inquiry. One option may be, and I haven't even had a chance to ask Miss Reeves if she's available, is to recall Miss Reeves on, I think, virtually on the Tuesday morning next week. I'm looking over my shoulder because this is a new, and have a short session, sort of updating where both parties' witnesses can update their evidence and address it that way. That on balance is, so I think that might be the best option dealing with it, or dealing with it in writing. But I certainly don't want to. I wanted to raise it now because I don't want to put a whole load of questions to Mr. Singer, and then be criticised for not even raising this now in advance and talking about M&S closure. So that, in summary, I think I've been given a nod from Ms. Reeves that she's around. I don't know if Mr. Singh's around next Tuesday. He's nodding as well. But that seems to be the best way of dealing with it. Ms. Sargent hasn't had a chance to take instructions on it. Rather than wasting a lot of time talking about it now, perhaps it's something we can return to in a, in the adjournment lunchtime or something like that, and how to deal with it procedurally. But it is a document I think the council will be seeking, and no doubt the appellant, I think once they've seen it, would be seeking to produce as a core document.
So for clarity, this is the Simply Food store, not a larger store.
No, it's the Simply Food store.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Before I say anything further, does Ms. Sargent have any views either way at this early stage?
Yes, I do, sir. My view is that for today, so for Mr. Singer's evidence, we just have to ignore it completely because that's the basis on which I've cross-examined Ms. Reeves. So I think it's not a consideration for the oral evidence Mr. Singer's about to give. And then after that, I haven't had a chance to, Mr. Singer's not even seen the document. I've literally just seen it since I've opened my laptop. I need to discuss it with Mr. Singer and ascertain what his, professional views in response are. I also need to check with him whether it's something that he feels there ought to be additional actual, analysis of in terms of, because obviously the evidence before you at the moment assumes that M&S is there and is still trading. So I need to discuss with him whether we would be seeking your permission to adduce additional written analysis. And what timeframes that would require. So I can see I think there is a need, unfortunately, to recall both of the retail witnesses, and I can see that Tuesday might provide a good opportunity to do that. But until I've actually had the chance to sit down with Mr. Singer and see what his response is, I can't really say beyond that, sir.
Okay, understood. I think in broad terms, we'll pencil the Tuesday in for a potential recall of the witnesses on this point. However, I'm not ruling out inviting written evidence either. I know your preference might be for further cross-examination, but given that we've got extensive evidence already and it's a material change of circumstances, which, can happen, it might be able to be dealt with through a further written submission from the witnesses, but so if that could be investigated further, but okay, so I'll take stock of it and come back to that post both advocates being able to look at this in full. So, Ms. Sargent, I'd like to turn to you to introduce your evidence in chief, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, Mr. Singer. Could you turn up your proof of evidence, please?
Yes, I can.
First of all, we can see you've made your declaration on page 3, where you confirm that the evidence you've prepared is true and has been prepared and given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, and that you've set out your true and professional opinions. And then on page 5 of the PDF, this is internal page 1, you've set out your qualifications and experience. You tell us that you have approximately 14 years experience in planning consultancy, and you explain where you've worked, and you note that you were appointed as an expert on the government's high streets task force. Well, sorry, I've said task force. Is that a typo where we've got task force?
That is indeed, yes.
From October 2020 to September 2024. And then you summarise the work that you've done whilst you've been a planning consultant, and you explain that's been with a focus on the retail and commercial sector. Set out the range of parties that you provided advice to. And then at 1.4 specifically, you explain that since 2013, you've been advising a number of food store retailers, including obviously Lidl, but also Aldi, Sainsbury's, Tesco and M&S, and that your firm has worked for Lidl since 1998. You set out at 1.5 the work that you've done for local planning authorities, And then at 1.7, you explain that you visited the site and your familiarity with that and the town centre. And then you reiterate again the declaration of truth. Now, just to expand on that, we obviously heard from Ms. Reeves yesterday in her oral evidence about the number of retail impact assessments that she'd undertaken. Are you able to provide us with sort of comparable information that relates to you, please?
Yes, certainly. Over the last 3.5 years since I've been at Lichfield, I'd say I've done 7 or 8 retail impact assessments for individual retailers as well as developers on behalf of retailers. I've done as many, probably more, sort of 10 to 15 appraisals, reviews on behalf of local planning authorities, and across various updates and addendums, 10 to 15 evidence-based retail, leisure, town centre studies in various forms.
So 10 to 15 evidence-based retail and
Retail, leisure, town centre, capacity need studies, they all have different intricacies in their titles.
Thank you very much. And I think there's one, well, not so much a correction of text, but a clarification just to make clear in relation to Appendix 3 to the, what I've been calling the NRIAA, so the May document, and then Appendix 3 of your rebuttal. Can you just explain what's going on there, please?
Yes, of course. So the detailed figures for the NRIAA from May 2026 were attached at Appendix 3 to the NRIAA. That specific version was attached in error. It used a different price space. I have attached the correct version to my rebuttal. There's a full description of the changes between the two. Most importantly, the analysis and conclusions within the text of the NRIAA use the correct figures. It was just the detailed figures that I'd inadvertently attached an earlier version. In actuality, it's a very marginal difference, but that the correct versions were attached to my rebuttal with a full summary.
Thank you. And as I was discussing with Ms. Reeves yesterday, and as we're all aware, initially, of course, reason for refusal 1 was drafted on the basis of an absence of information. And you were here, you'll obviously have seen that I took Ms. Reeves through sections 5 and 6 of her proof that deal with really what she says were the lacuna in the earlier documentation. So before we get the NRIAA. Now, I think as Mr. Neal referred to himself yesterday, the parties have agreed that much of that is water under the bridge. Mm-hmm. But are there any points in relation to, the chronology and the matters that might be said to have been resolved that you just want to bring to the inspector's attention?
Yes, I said that there's 2 points of the chronology that are particularly relevant. The first being that after the initial impact assessment was submitted in December 23, the applicant was asked to provide the data behind it, the household survey data, which was provided in August 24, 2-3 months even before the first Lambert Smith-Hampton review was presented and published, and a full 6 months before any decision was made. And that data could at any point have been used to come up with an alternative set of figures that LSH may have felt were more robust or appropriate. Equally, the date of the final review, the letter from LSH March, I believe it's 31st of March 2025, is somewhat of a misnomer in that it was only published towards the end of May, I believe just exactly a week before refusal. And so we were not given the opportunity to respond, despite the fact it seeming to have been written in such a manner that would suggest that it was awaiting a further response before coming to any conclusions.
And just so I'll just a couple of follow-up questions on both of those points. So on the first point you made, which is that household survey data was provided in August 2024. There was obviously previously, and it was raised, I think, tangentially yesterday, but there was this point around where was M&S in the analysis. To what extent did the household survey data that was provided in August 2024 provide an answer to that issue?
Thank you. The data for M&S was set out clearly within that data. It listed every single food store that people responded to across all of the 4 questions, both, and I imagine we'll get on to this, weighted and unweighted figures as well. So all of the data was kind of presented and there, and no questions were raised specifically around that with any reference to the household survey in future reviews.
And then just briefly on the point around what is the Lambert Smith Hampton response that is dated the 31st of March 2025, but that you've just told us was only published towards the end of May. You might recall that yesterday in her evidence, Ms. Reeves said that her colleague at LHS had been waiting for a response from the applicant at the time of the decision. What's your understanding of whether that's correct, please?
I can't necessarily speak to whether or not the council had even sent the document to the applicant. I don't believe it had done. It wasn't shared with me until the reason for refusal came through. And I understand that it may have been published but not shared with the applicant, but there was no indication that the council had presented it in a way in which they were willing to accept further evidence.
Thank you. So clears away really preliminary matters. Now, in terms of the overall structure of your evidence in chief, just so you know kind of where we're going, we know from Ms. Reeves' written and oral evidence that the council's concern is the likelihood of the Waitrose closing. So we're going to deal firstly with the extent of the impact on Waitrose, then with whether it's likely to close as a result of that, then with whether the shopping centre is likely to close, which is the other part of Ms. Reeves' case, and then with the overall question of whether there's a likely significant and adverse impact on the town centre. So coming first to the extent of any impact on Waitrose, there are 2 points that I particularly want to explore with you in the light of Ms. Reeves' evidence yesterday. The first one is obviously this question of the household survey weighting and whether that means that the performance of the stores was inaccurately analysed. And then the second point that Ms. Reeves raised that I want to explore with you is the sort of broader point around the trade diversion analysis. There's obviously a difference of view between you as to the extent to which Lidl would draw trade from Waitrose, so we'll come on to that. But on the household survey weighting issue, first of all, in your experience, how common is it for consultants when they're acting for local planning authorities to provide alternative figures where they're not, completely confident or satisfied with the applicant's analysis?
In my experience, if there is a dispute between the figures or a concern raised by the local authority or someone reviewing the work on their behalf, there will always be an alternative figure offered, at the very least to provide a range with which to say this is a more realistic iteration. I've never known a scheme to reach a decision on the basis of a rejection of figures without an alternative realistic put by someone reviewing it, even if they were to request a sensitivity analysis or can you please try with these approaches, even if they were to kind of suggest to a certain extent the applicant does the heavy lifting.
Just to clarify, you said I've never known somebody to reach a decision without alternative figures. I couldn't actually hear what you said.
Sorry, it would be the local authority to reach a
Apologies.
decision, but ultimately on the basis generally of advice from a retail consultant.
And Ms. Reeves, in cross-examination, when I was asking her about this and why she hadn't put any alternative figures or a range forward in her written evidence, accepted that sometimes that is something she does, but her evidence was that it's on an individual circumstances basis. And then she said because of the role of Waitrose in the town centre, she said that is of such significance that essentially she didn't think that she needed to provide figures in her written evidence here. What's your response to a suggestion that the role of Waitrose in the town centre is so significant here that there is no need for figures from the council in response to your analysis?
I just don't think you can reach that conclusion without having some analysis of the different options of which may come out here. There is a general acceptance, I believe, that there could be some impact on any of the stores, but Waitrose in this instance that could have a small impact, a minor impact, going all the way up to the kind of the bar that is significantly adverse impact. There needs to be some testing of the different scenarios, the different assumptions, in order to come to a view on the likelihood of each. I think doing so without having certainly provided it in writing for anyone else to review or interrogate makes the decision difficult to follow or substantiate. Or at least the conclusion, I should say. Ms. Reeves did not make the decision.
Thank you very much. Now, you'll remember that it was at the end of her re-examination yesterday. So one of the last things Ms. Reeves said in her oral evidence was that she invited the inspector to prefer the unweighted approach over the weighted approach. She said if he had to choose, her view was that the unweighted approach was the better one. And she also, for the first time in her oral evidence yesterday, identified a benchmark of 64% for Waitrose's current performance. And that's, of course, in contrast to your identified benchmark, which is 57%. And she explained to us, if we could turn up her proof, please. And within that, if we go to page 27,
Yes.
You'll recall that in order to arrive at her figure of 64%, Ms. Reeves took the figure for Waitrose in this, hang on a minute, I'm on the wrong page. Right. Yeah, so table CR3, I think is where we went to, and Ms. Reeves took the figure of 18.45 from this table for the benchmark convenience turnover for Waitrose. And then she also went to page 24 to take the 11.86 million figure from table CD.A9. What's your view on whether those are the right figures? So if the inspector wants to know what the position is on an unweighted basis, what's your view on whether these figures of 18.45 and then the 11.86 are the right figures to be referring to?
Well, I'll take both points in turn. On page 27, table CR3, where we're looking at a sales density of 18.45 million as a benchmark convenience turnover. And you can see this, it says in the footnote 2, the sales density 2024 at 2022 prices. That is an older reference since the analysis was undertaken on the basis of 2023 prices. I'll just sort of set out what the difference between those two are. It's essentially to account for inflation £1 in 2022. Certainly, in current circumstances with kind of wider macroeconomic changes, £1 is worth less. And equally, average trading levels of the retailers has, in most cases, gone down actually. So that is to a certain extent an out-of-date benchmark. The correct benchmark will be in Appendix 3 of my rebuttal. I believe be Table 12. Which would be 16.27.
Okay, so 16.27 rather than 18.45. And then what about the 11.86 million figure on page 24 that was used?
Again, that appears to be based on the previous 2022 price base data, and it's also in the design year of 2028, where, of course, we updated this to 2029 in our analysis, moved it on a year. To be fair, the move from 2028 to 2029 has fairly little impact in the main, primarily because people aren't expected to change spending. It's actually supposed to go down a little over that time period, if anything. So I don't think the fact that it uses the 2028 design year is too makes too much of a difference, but ultimately the figures themselves are not necessarily based on the most up-to-date data. I should also say all of the data that I would have used to prepare my tables would have been available to Lambeth Smith Hampton when this information was being prepared, because it's all the sort of information that's prepared in generally undertaking an impact assessment. So population figures, growth rates, expenditure, price base, all of that information is available to retail consultants if they wish to use it to prepare relevant and up-to-date figures.
And so you were able to go to table 12 in your appendix 3 to your rebuttal to kind of correct the previous figure around the 18 million to the 16 million. Is there anywhere that we can go to see what the 11.86 million would actually be, or is that not actually in the documents?
Because I would not have ever used unweighted figures. It's not something I've ever known to be used in an assessment or by a consultant preparing an impact assessment. People may use alternative approaches for market shares. They may make adjustments to correct areas in which they feel that there are over or underestimations, but to use the unweighted figure is quite a jump, which I imagine we'll get onto.
It's quite a what, sorry?
A jump.
And so if we look at table 5.6 of your proof, please. Sorry, no, I do mean table 5.6, I think. No, I don't. Sorry, let me just check that reference. Table 6.4, I think.
On page 19.
Yes, I think in PDF numbers, that's, yeah, page 23 of the PDF, page 19 internally. You've got a table here that summarises numerous points, but we can see that the forecast trade diversion to the Lidl from the Waitrose is 1.4%, yeah?
Yes.
And in pound terms, 0.13 million.
Yes.
But we know, of course, that's based on the weighted approach that Ms. Reeves isn't a fan of. If we, and I've heard what you just said about why you think an unweighted approach is not appropriate, and we'll come back to that later. But if we did, for the sake of analysis, take an unweighted approach, we know that following Ms Reeves' evidence yesterday that she says on an unweighted approach, it's the figure of 64% that we would then be using for the benchmark. Are you able to assist the inspector at all on where that at least roughly would bring us out in terms of the percentage trade diversion? So what's the movement from your 1.4% really on an unweighted basis?
Yes, sorry, in terms of the trade diversion you're specifically asking about here. Yeah, so I guess in this regard, I don't necessarily agree with the approach, but I am to some extent assisted by the fact that First Plan, on behalf of Waitrose, provided their own analysis and tables, which for the inspector's reference is their first objection, which is 12.05. Handily, they've also appended it to their second objection, so it is also at 12.06. And this is table 1 on page 5 of their initial objection. And we can see on the second row, they suggest an alternative, they say trade draw, that should be trade diversion, of 10%.
Let me just note down that correction. So in table 1, the heading of trade draw in the third column,
Yes,
should actually, in your view, read trade diversion.
yes, that it's a arguably overly pedantic point, but in retail terms, trade draw is where residents live and where they're going. In terms of new shoppers to a store, trade diversion is where they are currently shopping and the stores that are likely to be affected. It's a nuance, but it's important because there are differences. We're talking about different things here. In this instance, they don't seem to be doing a trade draw exercise, but they have just said the trade diversion would be 10%. I'm sure we can get onto why I don't agree with that,
Yeah.
but that is ultimately their position here.
So if we're taking this 10% figure that Waitrose themselves have proposed, you say for the trade diversion input, to what extent is this 10% figure affected by this discussion around weighting and whether things are weighted or unweighted? Is that something that's relevant to this figure or not?
Well, they would not necessarily have taken into account weighted or unweighted, because at no point do they suggest that they advocate using unweighted figures. Like I said, that's not something I've necessarily heard of before, but they, of course, will know their own internal trading figures. So they will have a better idea than myself or Ms Reeves on their actual performance and how they actually are performing against benchmark. So they will have a better position. Equally, as an objector, I would argue that they're incentivized to paint a particularly pessimistic figure. So I would suggest that their 10% trade diversion, which is to say 10% of all new money spent at Lidl would come from the Waitrose and the town centre, I would suggest is fairly high here. It's very, very much a worst case scenario here.
So just to be clear, this 10% figure is 10% of whose turnover, Lidl or Waitrose?
10% of the new Lidl's turnover coming from the Waitrose spend.
And in terms of, whether we're taking, so for the Lidl turnover that we're taking the 10% off, what are the assumptions made in respect of that as regards, company averages or a benchmark or?
So coming to a trade diversion figure?
Yeah, where you're talking about the percentage from the turnover of the new store, what are the assumptions in the analysis in relation to new stores as opposed to the existing ones?
Of course, so there's a multifaceted approach to making this assessment, and to a certain extent it is. There are ways of modelling it up, but to a certain extent it is a professional judgment. You do look at performance to a certain extent, so that will get to the point about which base figure you use, but you also look at proximity, you look at existing trading patterns and catchment and where current trade to those particular stores have come into play. In particular, we looked at what changed based on our household survey after the Aldi arrived, and patterns to that new Aldi, for example, and how that may have affected stores. Of course, one of the key criteria is the like-for-like principle advocated in plain practice guidance. I will say that very much reflects the type of store you are looking at, not just food affects food, as I think was suggested yesterday in re-examination. It is a superstore affects a superstore, a discounter affects a discounter. Iceland does weird things because they're frozen food, and there's a little bit from everywhere on that basis, but they are also towards the more cheaper end of the market. But the nature of Aldi and Lidl as discounters, more top up, more basket, more budget, and more associated with, in addition to a main food shop at another store, implies that you kind of look for stores of that ilk, but then you also weigh into the mix, proximity, how you get to a certain place. For example, someone is going to be coming down from Yateley, the M3 is in the way, but ultimately it's just a 10-minute drive. There are different factors that come into play when assessing this. One of them absolutely is the performance of a store. And so, for example, and I believe we're agreed on this, Sainsbury's and M&S are both performing above their company averages, you would expect more people to be going to them than a standard store, and therefore there to be more propensity for a customer to decide to make an alternative trip to the proposed Lidl. Equally, if we know that a store is under trading, to what extent we can sort of differ, but you would expect a fewer proportion, notwithstanding the fact that I don't believe that Waitrose and Lidl are in direct competition, certainly not to the extent that was suggested yesterday, but you would reduce the weighting on that because you just know that there are less people going to that store. The extent of that is sort of in the round. It's a consideration amongst many, and something that I think is agreed. It's just the amount of undertrade.
And so we know that in relation to the M&S, the Sainsbury's and the Waitrose, there's a difference of view between you and Ms. Reeves in that, for example, you've identified a benchmark of 57% and Ms. Reeves thinks it's nearer to 64 for the Waitrose, and she also doesn't agree with the overperformance figures for M&S and Sainsbury's. And obviously, I discussed with her yesterday the sensitivity testing around the company averages. But in terms of this 10%, and when we're looking at Lidl's turnover as a new store, is the debate around, performance against company benchmark relevant to that?
It is a small part, one of a few factors, as I've just discussed. It is not the overarching point. Otherwise, you'd always have the most popular store in any given region attracting the most trade from every single new store going in, whereas quite evidently that's not going to be the case. There will be geographic obstacles. I'm not going to repeat myself for you, sir, but there will be geographic obstacles and differences in whether or not you're going to a discounter or just doing a top-up trip or just popping out for bread, salad and a Kit Kat or whatever. There are different natures to these trips. You've got people coming over at the weekend and you want some fancy biscuits. The different nature of these trips is going to affect all of this stuff, amongst all the other considerations.
And when we're deriving it's first part I've used 10%, but when we're deriving the percentage figure for the trade diversion, you explained that that's 10% of what the turnover that the new Lidl store will have. What's the benchmark for that new Lidl store? We know that for Waitrose we've been looking at 57 to 64, whereas for M&S and Sainsbury's we've been looking at 400%, 800% benchmarks. But what's the benchmark for the new Lidl that's assumed in the analysis?
So the standard approach is to always assume that a new store comes in trading at company average. That's broadly accepted across the industry. I've never really seen, unless you're dealing with sort of adjustments to an existing store, I've never seen that, an alternative approach taken to that.
Okay, so if we were to sort of address this suggestion that an unweighted analysis is something that should be taken into account. So if we were to use the 64% figure for the benchmark for Waitrose that Ms. Reeves proposed yesterday, and then this 10% trade diversion figure from first plan, whereabouts does that leave us?
So I had the opportunity to do a little bit of thinking about this after Ms. Reeves sort of endorsed the 64%. The approach, so 64% of the 16.27 million benchmark of the Waitrose would take us to about 10.4 million. And this is all based on the current most up-to-date figures at Appendix 3 of my rebuttal, Table 12 for the benchmark figure. The Lidl turnover can be found, I believe it's normally Table 7. No, apologies. It is 10B, and that is 8.8 million. So 10% of that is 8.8 million, of course. That is based on, which I'm sure we'll get onto. I don't advocate adopting the 10% trade diversion, but it's based on what First Plan is suggesting. That would be 8.8 million, essentially from the 10.4 million, which comes out at about, I think it was 8.4%. I will say that doesn't necessarily account for things like the commitments and other bits and pieces that come into play, but it is broadly equivalent to an alternative sensitivity test worst case scenario to our 1.5%.
Could you clarify the 8.4%? What is that figure?
That is if you take the 0.88 million as a percentage of Waitrose turnover,
right?
If Waitrose was turning over 64% of benchmark, and that is the impact on Waitrose.
The impact?
Yes, that's the impact
on turnover.
On turnover on the Waitrose. There are nuances around commitments existing, so it may be within 0.2 percentage points here or there on once you kind of move things around, but that is the solus impact of the Lidl on the Waitrose. That is more or less going to be directly comparable to the 1.4% that we advocate based on what I consider to be a more realistic trade diversion scenario. I think that 10% is a very arguably simplistic high number thrown out by Waitrose and First Plan that I don't think is necessarily justified or borne out by the facts on the ground or the data available.
And so let's then just come back to the sort of point that you began to make earlier around the suggestion that if the inspector did have to choose between the weighted analysis and the unweighted analysis, it's the unweighted approach that that the inspector should prefer. You said you didn't agree with that. What were the other reasons that you were going to raise as to why you don't agree that the unweighted approach is the preferable one?
Of course. There are reasons to any household survey is by its very nature, and this is a point of agreement between myself and Ms. Reeves, it is representative. It is a representative survey. I say as much in my proof. It's what NEM suggests. If you want actual figures, you do a census, which no one is suggesting is going to happen for tens of thousands of people in the catchment of every single food store, which is why a representative sample has become the norm for this approach. If you get what Ms. Reeves suggested, anomalous figures or figures that seem to be within or beyond even the margin for error. In my mind, the suggestion that you go to the unweighted figures is just methodologically doesn't follow. If your concern is that the household survey, and from the figures here, more than half of the respondents were over the age of 65, to say that we then accept that as the position when the census data itself shows that that's nowhere near the case for the actual demographics of the area. It's the reason that weighting has been introduced, as Ms. Reeves talked through yesterday. To go back and say, no, we're going to ignore the fact that we think we can't take the fact that 50% of the respondents were over the age of 65 as representative of the area, is a methodological step too far to say that then is a reliable basis, that then is the better solution. In my mind, if you have a disagreement with that approach, you will undertake a manual adjustment to the figures to say, we believe that there is a correction to be made here, this or that may be an overestimation. And just to provide an example of where that can be undertaken and where that is accepted by companies reviewing applications, we undertook just such an adjustment because Sainsbury's in Hook opened, I believe, a year and a half or so before the household survey was undertaken. We identified that the figures for Sainsbury's in Hook were lower than would be expected for a store of that size trading in that location, and suspected that the reason for that would have been it was fairly new, people were still working things out. PPG suggests essentially you look for, I think Ms. Reeves talked about it yesterday, stores reaching maturity. It's why we agree a design year some point in the future to test when stores reach that level, because ultimately not everyone will know it's there. People try it and then don't like it or whatever. Car park fills up and then so people are put off and don't go anymore, and so on and so forth. And you eventually reach that level of maturity where it exists in the market. We essentially undertook a manual adjustment to bring the Sainsbury's up to the level that was suggested in the original submission for the Sainsbury's in Hook, and made some other small adjustments across the board. That was accepted, agreed, and hasn't been talked about since it was done in December 2023. That is the sort of exercise that is typically undertaken if there are figures that don't necessarily stand up to scrutiny and you can point to something else. Nonetheless, we can essentially see and have essentially agreed that it is directional. We agree that Waitrose is underperforming below company average, and both Sainsbury's and M&S are overperforming above company average. And that was sufficient to give us the data that we then presented within, and it should be interpreted with the acceptance that there is a margin of error in any of these things.
And so if it were to be suggested that the response, an appropriate response here would have been to make a manual adjustment from your 57 up to Ms. Reeves's 64, how would you feel about that suggestion?
I think if you look at the town centre as a whole, and to be honest, what we never necessarily with our assessments try and focus on single stores, because you take away the fact that you are looking at an impact on the town centre as a whole. There are instances where stores close or leave or join a town centre or things change, and that doesn't necessarily have a significant impact on the overarching vitality and viability of the town centre, which is ultimately the policy test. So we were looking at the town centre as a whole in the terms of our figures.
Do you ever subdivide that in terms of the primary shopping frontage or primary shopping area as well?
Not necessarily. It is, I believe, that the figures are presented reflecting the town centre stores, which is to say the primary shopping area. And those figures are presented in our analysis. And that, so which gets to that point. It's presenting the town centre figures alone, not store by store. And that is, I can point to that in my proof or the impact addendum if it would be helpful. ultimately, when you are looking at a larger number of stores and you're getting to the whole of the town centre, I'm using town centre synonymously with the PSA for the purpose of the retail impact test here, you are dealing with far more responses. You are dealing with all of the stores together. So the margin for error and the impact that there are going to be any the issue that there could be any potentially anomalous result is to a certain extent rounded out by the fact that you've got more data going in, you've got more responses. And as I believe is accepted by Ms. Reeves, we are essentially in a position where, on the whole, and taken collectively, the town centre is over trading. There is more money going into the town centre, by our measure, taking all of the relevant stores together, twice the benchmark, which is not, despite it's not an unusual situation in nicer, more affluent areas. Also, equally, you're going to find similar figures in, transit hubs and bigger cities in urban areas, and equally you'll get lower, far below benchmarks, and stores continuing to trade below benchmark in rural areas even, with smaller shopper catchments. I'm sorry, I believe I answered the question there.
Yes, it was just how you would feel about a suggestion, if one were to be made, that you should have, or we should, now be manually adjusting up from your 57% benchmark to the 64% benchmark.
Well, whilst I don't necessarily agree that the 64% is evidenced, it may be Ms. Reeves' professional judgment. Taken on the whole, I believe that the figures are, the household survey figures and the responses from the weighted figures are more robust and more representative of the performance, which is to say, taken collectively, the town centre is overperforming by as much as 2 times its benchmark.
Thank you. And then just picking back up core document 12.5, which is the first plan objection on behalf of Waitrose.
Mm-hmm.
And we were that was where you, for the sake of analysis, took their, Waitrose's own trade diversion figure, which was 10%. But I mean, your basic point was that you don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
You just summarise for the inspector's benefit why you're not in agreement with this suggestion that there's a 10% trade diversion in terms of that, 10% of Lidl's turnover being drawn from the Waitrose.
Of course. Even notwithstanding the fact that there is a discrepancy about the extent of how below benchmark Waitrose is currently trading, as I've set out in my proof, Waitrose is by far the most expensive food store, taken across a range of 96 basket items. That is the kind of the smaller basket, as it were. The larger basket doesn't include things like stores like Lidl and Aldi, purely because where they do not offer the same range as the main supermarkets. You cannot get everything that you would get at a major supermarket, one of the traditional big four being Sainsbury's, Tesco, Morrison's and Asda, but equally the larger M&S's and full-size Waitrose as well, which also offer that offer. So that there's the kind of the market price, the market position as well. Waitrose, of course, present themselves as a sort of very high end and higher quality purveyor of food goods. And whilst Lidl and Aldi have, of course, introduced ranges that do suggest that there are high quality options also available at Lidl and Aldi, they are still very much characterized as discounters. The rise of the discounters over the last 15 years or so has very much been because of, various wider national economic factors, and notwithstanding the fact that they've, of course, opened more stores. but they have had the opportunity to do so because more people are looking to be more price conscious, watch what they spend, and the amount that's projected to be spent by people has actually sort of fallen as well for the years. Equally, if you're looking at proximity as well, if you go to the, again, table appendix 3 of our rebuttal, and you look at the trade diversion figures, and I think the easiest way of looking at them would probably be table 14, column D.
Sorry, Mr. Singer, which document are we in?
So this is my rebuttal,
Your rebuttal, thank you.
which is core document
Yeah, got it,
10.08. The final page, conveniently. And if we go to column D, that is the trade diversion exercise as we have undertaken it. And you will see a higher proportion coming from, for example, Morrison's, which is quite close, I think, by any measure, to Fleet, but a slightly higher figure coming from Sainsbury's, purely because we have all agreed that it is both trading very well, but it also offers a very healthy discount range. It provides that function. It has both extensive parking in the back and 30-minute parking at the front, as does, of course, the M&S. But the M&S has, while still trading very, very well, which partly accounts for its higher trade diversion assumptions there, you're going to get more competition from the Sainsbury's. It's also obviously a larger store with more potential for competition. If we go down a little further, you also see the Aldi has a notable proportion of competition there as well. It is the other side of Fleet. There's potentially less potential for direct trade diversion just because it's slightly further away, but that's not to say there's none. There is, almost £1 million coming, of the 8.8 million is coming from the Aldi itself. So that's the sort of exercise that we undertake, and there are all of these, geographic, market-based, and other considerations that go into the analysis, as well as trade draw, which I don't think has been touched on specifically, but ultimately there is a part of this exercise that accounts for the fact that some of this trade, so for example, the Aldi is predominantly going to be taking trade from people to the south of Fleet, whereas the Lidl is very much intended to cater to the market to the north of Fleet.
Thank you. And then just returning to the Waitrose objection, so CD 1205, there was a suggestion, well, we can see here the figures that First Plan have come up with for so I'm looking at the second column, which is trade draw to proposed development, but we've established should actually say trade diversion. So we can see they think the trade diversion is going to be 10% from the Waitrose and 22% from the Sainsbury's. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes.
There was a suggestion from Ms. Reeves yesterday that Waitrose and Sainsbury's ought to be predicted to experience similar impacts. Looking at what First Plan have said here, what's your understanding of whether First Plan think that the impact will be similar on Sainsbury's as on Waitrose?
There's no comparison. They suggest that Sainsbury's will have more than twice the trade diversion of Waitrose. And again, that's not don't take that as me advocating for their suggested Waitrose trade diversion.
Yeah. Final question on this suggestion from Waitrose about the 10% trade diversion. Is there, just looking across at the next column, so the column to the right, which is trade draw to proposed development,
Mhm.
is that accurately referred to as trade draw, or is that also supposed to say something else?
Again, this is potentially me being overly pedantic, but that should also be trade diversion.
Trade diversion.
Yes.
And so we've got then a Waitrose's view of what in, rather than percentage, is predicted to be, they say, the trade diversion. And they've given a figure of 0.81 million. You'll recall that Ms. Reeves yesterday in her cross-examination response said that she thought the impact would be in the region of £1 to £2 million.
So yeah, I just don't think that's credible. It's saying that at the extreme end, just over 20% of all shoppers at Lidl will have previously undertaken all of that. Sorry, over 20% of all spending at the new Lidl would have previously been made at the Waitrose, which, given that there are numerous other stores that are both closer and trading better and closer in market position to the new Lidl, just is a significant overestimation in my professional view. It's not even, it's more than twice what Waitrose themselves suggest. And I would argue that Waitrose are minded to come up with a worst case scenario on their own behalf. Or sorry, First Plan are minded to come up with a worst case scenario on Waitrose's behalf.
Thank you. And you'll remember that we looked yesterday with Ms. Reeves at the, I think, the officer report for the Church Cookham Aldi. Because one of the points she raises in support of her arguments around the extent to which trade will shift from Waitrose to Lidl was what was predicted at the application point for the new Aldi at Church Cookham. You may not know, but what's your understanding of what the predicted trade diversion was in percentage terms from the Waitrose to the Aldi?
So that was, we had that on file because that was part of our consideration when we came up with our own assessment for the Lidl. What has the Aldi previously done? And of course, the Aldi was the first discounter to enter the Fleet region. So to a certain extent, the kind of early adopters, those that are more inclined to switch from undertaking their shopping at Sainsbury's, M&S, Fleet, Morrison's, Waitrose, of course, would to a certain extent then have diverted to that Aldi, or at the very least split their shop with that proposed Aldi. But you'd expect that first raft of discount of shoppers to move to that Aldi to be the higher number, because this is the first time that they have this cheaper offer available to them. That was at the time 1.2 million, which I believe is around 10% of the Waitrose turnover as presented in those figures for the Church Cookham application. And that's one of the reasons that we expected ours to be significantly lower, because anyone who is already inclined to move to a discounter will, to a certain extent, have already done so. And the Aldi is already, by our measure, doing relatively healthy and already trading above benchmark, which, to be honest, is not unexpected, because it's introducing choice that has not previously been available in the Fleet area.
Thank you. And so just to draw this section of evidence together, if, you know, you referred to it as a sort of worst case scenario, but, and we've understood that you don't advocate for this, but if the inspector were to take the sort of unweighted approach, we've understood from you that on a benchmark of 64 and taking the 10% trade diversion figure from Waitrose, your evidence is that that comes out at a percentage figure of 8.4 as against your 1.4.
Mm-hmm.
What's your view if the figure is worst case scenario, and we know you don't agree with the reasons you've mentioned, but if the figure were to be 8.4, what would your view be on whether in that situation there's a likelihood that Waitrose would close?
In my mind, if Waitrose is already comfortable with operating at a lower benchmark, so they've made the decision to continue operating in the current scenario and under the current situation in which they are under trading, the scale of change from of 8.4% is not going to come to significantly adverse. When I was sort of checking the numbers earlier, I think it took Waitrose from 64%, which Ms. Reeves had suggested below benchmark, down to 59% below benchmark. That, to my mind, is not such a material difference that they would make in isolation based purely on this happening. And again, I won't repeat my caveats, whether or not I believe that's realistic. I just don't believe that, and my view is that would not result in a store closure in and of itself. They've already decided that they're comfortable trading below benchmark. You are, to a certain extent, shuffling deck chairs.
Thank you. And I think you've probably covered some of these points off already. Let me just check. Can we go to your rebuttal, please? Table 1, which is at paragraph 2.15, I think.
Yes.
Sorry, let me just catch up with myself. Yeah, so you'll remember that I asked Ms. Reeves about this. She agreed with me that this does at least show that it's more likely that the discounters who've, as we can see, gained in market share have been getting that from other retailers and not from Waitrose. But then you'll also recall that she suggested, perhaps there might be a sort of geographical explanation for that in terms of where the discounters, so Aldi and Lidl, are kind of seeking to compete against where Waitrose stores are. Is there anything that you want to, and then we had a discussion around, sort of national expansion and scope and all that kind of thing. Is there anything that you wanted to say in response to what you heard from Ms. Reeves on that suggestion about a kind of, this can all be explained away by sort of local geography?
I guess there's 2 points. The first would be my experience, both advising Lidl and kind of understanding their regions and how they operate, and also with the benefit of having worked for Litchfield, who has advised Lidl for a number of years, as well as other retailers. There are ambitious expansion plans across the entire country. There is no regional split between that. I won't get necessarily into internal targets, but I believe they have sort of publicly committed to several hundred stores opening. That is distributed fairly evenly across their regions. I don't necessarily want to get into too much of their internal thinking, but there is, to my mind, no difference. To the extent there would be any difference over the last 5 years, it would have just been to the extent that there have been more approvals rather than refusals in terms of openings. But that is going to be neither here nor there. Their plans, and equally anecdotally working predominantly more for local authorities reviewing these kind of applications, where either Aldi or Lidl have come up. Again, it's spread fairly consistently across the UK. And the other thing I would want to point is those reference to the fact that M&S were not specifically set out here. That is just because the data was not provided for M&S. They are included in others, which it should be said has grown over those years. I'm not going to suggest that that's all M&S, but as one of the bigger brands, M&S would presumably have sort of done some of the heavy lifting there in terms of the growth. But to a certain extent, that's a bit of conjecture on my behalf, because all you can see is the others has grown over the last 12 years or so. That's in terms of overall market share. I just appreciated that there was a point there that Ms. Sargent did also make, which is to what extent does it come from Waitrose per se? I think it's pretty clear that whilst Waitrose has marginally fallen, the higher hits, the greater level of impact has been on other stores that have either larger market share, so more money to be taken by the discounters, but also more similar market position, which is to say they have more significant discount offerings. Just because Waitrose does have an essentials range does not necessarily mean that people conflate it as a discounter or go there if they want cheap produce or name brands or non-name brand gins or whatever it may be.
Thank you. And then two short points, I think, before we move on, just to briefly deal with the sort of broader impact on the town centre. I put the point to Ms. Reeves that Waitrose are not in the room, and she said, I think it was earlier on in relation to written objections potentially, but anyway, never mind. Her evidence was that she thought that it was rare for Waitrose to object. What's your response to that, please?
I do not agree. I think as I was preparing for this appeal late last year, I was also advising South Downs National Park on a couple of schemes that were kind of interrelated. There was complexities around them, and there were several comments and objections indeed from Waitrose, from First Plan on behalf of Waitrose, who were very invested and very involved.
Then you'll also recall that I was discussing the PPG with Ms. Reeves, and specifically whether it could be said that the town centre as a whole was an area of limited retailer demand, and she told me that she thought that it was. What's your position on whether the town centre as a whole can fairly be described as an area of limited retailer demand, please?
I disagree. I don't think that stacks up. I think the level of vacancies, and Ms. Reeves has helpfully provided the Council's 2015 retail evidence base as either an appendix or as part of the core documents, shows that in 2015, the vacancy rate was 13%, which at the time was above the national average. Of course, the vacancy rate has risen since then to a certain extent, but no more than the national average has. Where stores have become vacant, they have, within a fairly reasonable amount of time, been reoccupied. I appreciate it's not, no one loves the idea of any vacancies, although you need some vacancies to allow for churn and allow for new entrants to the market, stores to relocate and expand. But to a certain extent, the fact that M&Co had vacated the other anchor unit within the shopping centre at the time that Ms. Reeves got the survey that was undertaken, the code data, and I believe that was dated in July 2025. We undertook our own site visit in order to provide more up-to-date data in March this year. That store had, of course, been reoccupied by a beds and furniture store, which I will say was surprisingly busy on my site visit, offering obviously more than just beds, but furniture and other smaller paraphernalia for the home. But you've also McColl's left the high street. A very small convenience store was very quickly opened and rebranded as a Morrison's Daily. There it has been. I mean, we've got the information presented as part of the proof. You've got coffee shops opening. You've got Thai restaurant, estate agents. We've got other bits and pieces. The specific stores, I don't think we kind of set out, but the figures are there and show that the vacancy has actually fallen since whenever it was, June, July last year, which is to say that stores are being reoccupied and the town centre continues to operate level there or thereabouts, just above national average. If you take the main parade, the kind of the centre as most people will see it coming in, the vacancy rate is far, far lower, close to 10, 11%. And of course, those are mostly smaller stores that don't have the reason vacancy rates are potentially troubling is the kind of visual implications. And there is none of that. You don't see kind of that impact on environmental quality when walking through Fleet Town Centre, the main parade being killer.
What's your response to Ms. Reeves' suggestion that if the Waitrose were to close, obviously it's in the shopping centre, and she says it's likely the Waitrose will close. I also think it's likely that if Waitrose closes, entire shopping centre closes. What's your response to that, please?
There's a few aspects to that. The first is that should the Waitrose close in and of itself, I do not believe that would be a significantly adverse impact. It is not trading well by any estimation as agreed with Ms. Reeves. It is not in and of itself a significant contributor to the town centre. Despite being the largest store, it's just not performing very well. It doesn't serve that function the way it was designed in a 1990s shopping centre. Just does not necessarily attract shoppers in the same way as it was when it was first designed. People go to different places. The other point is that should it close, that spend is then redistributed. That spend would, to a certain extent, be redistributed to other stores, predominantly, you'd imagine, in the town centre. Sainsbury's would be a key beneficiary of this, as would M&S. And equally, it would free up some of that trade and space for alternatives. I don't necessarily think that it is a done deal that the shopping centre would close. There is every possibility that the store could be reopened either as another food operator or as a leisure use, a recreational use. There are many town centre uses that contribute to the vitality and viability of a town centre. I think to focus entirely on retail or one type of retail, convenience retail, is to miss the point that how people who visit town centres use town centres has changed over the years. In my proof, I set out the reasons that people visit town centres, and food shopping is not the top anymore, it's comparison shopping. But equally, you had very high responses for both services and other administrative functions. The fact that the district council is located within very close proximity to the town centre means that you have a large employer right in the middle of the centre, with people coming in to spend their lunchtimes, do after work shopping, visit cafes and restaurants. There are all manner of facets to a town centre, and to focus entirely on the fact that one underperforming food store leaving would result in the rest of the shopping centre closing, I think is without justification, and in isolation would not cause a significant impact on the vitality and viability of the town centre taken as a whole, which is what the NPPF instructs us to do.
Thank you. And you just explained that, the contribution, that you don't think the Waitrose store by itself is making a significant contribution to the town centre. Let's move on to what happens if the entire shopping centre were to close. What is your view of the contribution that the shopping centre in its entirety is currently making to the town centre?
I think the contribution of the Hart Shopping Centre is limited. The contribution of the Hart Shopping Centre to the vitality and viability of the town centre is limited. And that's borne out by the evidence going back to the 2015 retail study, where it was identified as a potential development opportunity, be it for retail or residential, with of course commercial uses and active frontages and the like, as you'd imagine. I don't think in its current position, or has been the case over the last 10 or so years, it is contributing significantly to the overall vitality and viability of the town centre in and of itself. Whilst it does have a large multi-storey car park, it is not, by some stretch, not the only one. There is a significant quantum of car parking available, not least directly outside Sainsbury's and M&S, but also available on street and others sort of further south. So that the contribution of the shopping centre and by extension the car park to the town centre, there is a contribution, but I would not say as it is currently performing is that significant to the overall vitality and viability of the town centre as it's in and of itself and how it's currently performing, which, as we've all previously agreed, is, by dint of the evidence, seem to be overperforming, at least in convenience retail terms.
So in terms of the overall health of the town centre, is there anything that you want to add to the points you've already made on that?
Yeah, I'd say it is to a certain extent a healthy town centre. The vacancy figures need to be seen in the context of a established pattern. For the last 10 years, this has been the case within Fleet. That has not prevented numerous independent stores, national multiples opening, but also closing, relocating. It is functioning as you would expect a town centre to function. There are no signs of clusters of vacancies along the main stretch. There is, of course, within the Arts Shopping Centre, but that's been a long-running point that has not, in my view, detracted from the overall town centre. Other measures are, lack of street furniture, lack of investment from the district council. You're not seeing any of that. You're not seeing graffiti. You're not seeing littering. It's not empty if you kind of visit it. And I have a few different occasions and a few different days and a few different weathers. It is doing well for a town centre when, generally speaking, town centres across the country are not necessarily thriving. So I would characterise it as doing well.
Just a couple of final points. Could we just pick up Ms. Reeves's proof, please, and go to paragraph 125?
Yes.
And you'll recall I went to this with her yesterday, and essentially it's data that shows that the proportion of people in the study area visiting the town centre for food shopping was actually the second largest after non-food shopping, and then also people visiting for food and beverage facilities and service use. What, in your view, is the relevance of that bit of data in terms of the potential impacts that we're focusing on in this appeal?
Yes, first I'd like to make a somewhat pedantic point, but the paragraph itself does suggest that we look at the proportion of people visiting Fleet Town Centre for individual uses, or based on every resident across the entire catchment area. We used a wider catchment area to replicate what had previously been used, both in the ALDI application before us and in the original retail study. So there's a consistency of approach and catchment area, which showed that 41% of that wider catchment had visited Fleet within the last year. I then represented within my the retail impact addendum the proportion of those who visit Fleet Town Centre for particular uses. What Ms. Reeves has done is taken that and ultimately diluted it all with people who just don't visit Fleet Town Centre as well. So the figures ultimately should all be proportionately higher. That is to say, the differences between them should be greater. That doesn't take away from the fact that whilst more people, 18.7% of all residents of the catchment area visited for food shopping, there was also 10% going purely for food and beverage and to cafes, and 5.5% for services. If I just turn to a 1.13 of my so that's Appendix 1, paragraph 13. The figures for those who actually visit Fleet is that 45% had visited for food shopping, 50% for non-food, and a quarter to go to restaurants, cafes, bars and pubs, and 13.4% to use services such as banks, post offices, hairdressers, etc. It's a fairly healthy split. The way the world is changing, you'd expect the amount of retail to continue to decrease and services to continue to rise, but each town centre will have its own unique characteristics. This town is very fortunate in that it has 3 anchor stores, providing as well as a number of other out of centre stores. So that it is very well provided for in sort of convenience retail terms. But there is still a very healthy proportion of people who ultimately use it for restaurants, cafes, services, etc. Which again, that greater diversity means that it's less vulnerable to shocks from, let's say, a town centre, convenience retailer leaving the town centre. It is more resilient because there is a greater diversity.
Thank you. And then an ultimate question, could you then move on in Ms. Reeves's proof to paragraph 176, please? Page 41, bottom of the page.
Yes.
And going into the next page, ultimately she says that the impacts would mean that between 1/5 and 1/4 of all the town centre space and units would be lost. And you'll remember that towards the end of the cross-examination yesterday, I referred to her to Appendix 1 to the NRIAA, which is the sort of town centre health assessment. And we discussed whether the emphasis in this paragraph of her proof on quantum of floor space and number of units lost was appropriate. I mean, what's your view of the extent to which it's appropriate to analyse matters purely in terms of the quantum of floor space that would be lost or the number of units, please?
I don't think that's the only factor, and I think it's a little bit misleading to present it in those terms. It's especially if it's agreed that that floor space is underperforming currently. It's not currently supporting the town centre as well as you'd hope or expect a store of that size to be doing. So and equally the same with the other vacant floor space in the centre. It's currently underutilised.
Thank you. Is there anything else in your evidence in chief that we've not covered that you'd like to bring to the inspector's attention, Mr. Singer?
The one point that I would just like to flag, and this is set out in my proof, paragraph 6.28, which is just to say, like the point I made about the vacancies across the whole of the town centre being a kind of long-running issue, if we can call them that. I wouldn't call them that. It's just been at a certain level for a rather extended period of time. The levels of vacancy in the Hart shopping centre have been a long-standing point of contention for the council, raised in evidence. There were sort of 10 vacancies, which, if you remember, had a far lower national average back in 2015. It has went up to 20 at one point during the sort of COVID pandemic, and now as March is back down to 16. It's higher than the national average, but again, this is an area of the town that has perennially I'm going to try that again with a word I can pronounce, consistently struggled over the last 10 years or so. And I don't necessarily feel that the current performance or situation reflects anything other than its design and its performance. It does not detract from the town centre in any way more than it did 10 years ago or so. 10 years ago or so. But no, nothing else to add on my evidence in chief. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singer. Thank you, sir. That's the end of the evidence in chief.
Thank you both. We'll take a short pause there for 20 minutes, and the witness will be aware he's in further, so I'll just remind him of that. So we'll reconvene in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thunderstorm.
It's roughly 20 minutes. So, Mr. Neil, are you ready?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Mr. Singer. Just to give you and the inspector an idea of where we're going to go, I'm going to ask you initially about the scope of your instructions and the scope of your evidence in broad terms.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to have a look at the policy tests that apply in a situation like this. Then a bit of discussion about high-level principles of how you carry out retail impact assessment, etc. Then I'll finish by looking at the your particular analysis in the retail impact assessment that has been submitted for this inquiry. That's broadly a sneak preview of where we go. We'll see how we get on, of course. So you set out in your proof that your role is to provide evidence on behalf of Medicat Limited at paragraph 1.6. I'd just like to understand what the scope of your instructions were. So, could I ask first of all, you mentioned you joined Litchfields in 2023, is that right?
Yes, there is.
So, am I right in saying you worked on the first retail impact assessments that were submitted?
I did not. I assisted in part some of the updates, but the very initial December 2023 submission was prepared by a colleague who has since retired.
Okay. Now, when did you first become involved in this project?
It would have been in the preparation of the January and then March responses. I wasn't the primary author of either of those either, but I supported with some work in the background. So it would have been sort of towards the end of that year, but I was aware of it because there were discussions about it as a wider team.
So just to be absolutely clear, when were you instructed as the provide evidence or retail evidence on behalf of the appellant? The actual date. I understand you may have been involved in those previous responses. When were you instructed to provide evidence as an independent expert?
Following the refusal.
Okay, so what have you got a date?
It would have been, I believe, June 2025. It would have been.
Now, just in terms of, so I can understand the again the scope of your evidence and what you and how it relates to those previous pieces of work. You don't, as I understand it, you haven't disagreed, or you're not suggesting that the previous RIAs, December 2023 and onwards, were. You're not suggesting that those were flawed in any way, or that there are any issues with those sort of fundamentally.
No, they were fit for purpose for assessing and determining an application.
And insofar as those professional judgments that were reached in those earlier professional judgments, as opposed to sort of numbers, obviously things change. It's not part of your evidence that any of those, you don't take issue with any of those professional judgments that your colleagues in Litchfields took.
Whilst I may have made a few small changes in my approach here and there, I do not believe that there are any significant material changes that I would have made to the approach taken.
In terms of what you've addressed sort of in your written evidence to this inquiry, you've submitted a rebuttal, and I think you've addressed there some key points that you take issue with in Ms. Reeves's evidence. Is that right? Yeah. And what you're taking issue with in particular, her central point about the real risk of Waitrose closing. Yeah.
That's one of a few points, but yes, that is in there.
So, just so I'm aware, so can I assume therefore that the rebuttal covers the sort of main points? If there were any other significant points, you haven't included those in your rebuttal, so those include the most significant points that you take issue with. Is that right?
There may be items that we discuss that I may additionally take issue with as you present them, but to the best of my understanding, that was my sort of response and rebuttal.
So it's rebuttal to the most significant points in Ms. Reeves's evidence, yeah.
As presented in Ms. Reeves's evidence, yes.
And again, just in terms of broadly the approach you take in your evidence, as I understand it, you agree with what's set out in the appellant's statement of case.
Yes.
And you haven't identified in any part of your evidence where you disagree with the statement of case, or whether you think that there should be there are points there that should be either amended or updated. You haven't set that out.
I haven't set them out. I'm not aware of any currently.
In terms of, I'm just going to go straight into sort of policy first of all, if I may. And I think hopefully we can take this quite quickly, because as I understand it, having heard the questions put to Ms. Reeve, it's common ground that the key policy test here is whether or not there would be a significant adverse impact on fleet town centres' viability and vitality.
Yes.
I don't know if I've got that the right way around.
V&V is.
Well, and that's the key test set out in the MPPF, paragraph 95, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe 94, but
Is it 94?
94B.
94B. Apologies.
You have me second guessing myself.
Yeah. Yes. So that's the assessment of the impact of the proposal on town centre and viability, and then the key test is whether there's likely to be a significant impact on one or more of the considerations in 94.
Yes.
Yeah. So and as you heard in opening, the council's position is that there would be conflict with 95. Yeah.
Yes.
So we can agree if there is going to be a likely significant impact on town centre vitality and viability, there'd be a breach of 95. Yeah.
Yes, that is not to say that the application should necessarily be refused on those grounds. Other material considerations
of course.
may come into play, but yes, broadly speaking.
No, absolutely. And actually, I wasn't thinking it was necessary, but at paragraph 3.6 of your proof, I mean, you're giving retail evidence, aren't you? You've said that the appeal proposal are in accordance with the development plan when read as a whole, and meet the wider requirements set out in the MPPF. Yes.
Yes.
Now, I don't think you're going to disagree with it. You're not giving planning evidence about all the other considerations. So.
No, I can see how that could be sort of misinterpreted as overly broad. I'm only here on retail grounds.
Can I think it's fair to correct that. You say the appeal proposals in accordance with the provisions in the development plan relating to retail.
Yes, I'd accept that addition.
And meet the requirements set out in the MPPF in relation to town centre viability. So we can agree with that.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to suggest case turns on that particular that particular correction.
Be here much longer if so.
Now, just before we move on, so the test of whether there would be a significant adverse impact on V&V, as you put it, that's also consistent with the test in local plan policy ED4, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And so if there is a significant impact, breach of 95 and a breach of ED4. Yeah, is that right?
Oh, sorry, what would one equate to the other? Yes.
Yeah. But when you nodded,
that was a thinking nod. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a yes.
Apologies.
Okay. Now, just looking at the local plan first in a little bit more detail, please. Can I ask you to go to CD 4.1, which is the the Hart local plan.
Yes. 30 seconds.
And when you pull that up, can I ask you to go to electronic page 44?
Sorry, I'm a little at the whims of the council's Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Sorry, 34, did you say?
Electronic page 44, internal page
44.
85 of the Hart local plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, this is policy ED5, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that relates to that's entitled Fleet Town Centre, and that refers to development proposals permitted that maintain or enhance the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre, etc. Now, the council, just to get this clear, the council is not alleging that this policy is there's conflict with this policy.
Yeah.
And that's because this policy is directed at proposals within the town centre.
Yes, that's correct.
And what it's and it's common ground. Not no breach of this particular policy being asserted, but and this really relates to one of the questions that the inspector asked you about, which was the question the inspector asked you about, which is to do with the primary shopping area.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the policy here tells us, or at least if you look at the text of the policy, that's setting up a sort of protective policy. It's protective policy for the primary shopping area, isn't it? You can see that because it says proposals within the primary shopping area will be permitted where they would not harm the retail character of the site, for example. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And also it's saying they will be permitted where they'll be for a main town centre use, which retains or provides an active frontage. Do you see that?
Yes, although the latter part of the policy does, of course, reference developments outside the primary shopping area and within the town centre itself. So the policy ED5 also covers the rest of the town centre, but within the latter part of it.
Sure, but there's an emphasis on specifically on the primary shopping area, isn't there, in this policy?
It's sort of split out in parts, but yes, the first part of it does.
Yeah. I can agree. Yes, there is an emphasis on protection of the primary shopping area. Yep.
In ED5, yes.
Yeah.
Well, we're specifically relating to the policy criteria A, B, C, and D.
And if you go to the
apologies, sorry, I just also want to just correct myself. I think also I wouldn't necessarily agree that the first paragraph relates to the primary shopping area. I think the second paragraph certainly does, and the third where it goes into the criteria, but
of course.
And then the final paragraph doesn't.
Yeah.
So you've kind of got 4 paragraphs, two of which reflect.
Yes, of course, but there is an emphasis on the importance of the primary shopping area, certainly in this policy, isn't there? Because it's expressly mentioned proposals within the primary shopping area.
Yes, and that's a standard approach to retail impact assessment.
Yeah, of course. So well, let's have. Can I I'd like to draw your attention to what else the policy or the plan is saying. So could I ask you to look at paragraph 203. Now this is explanatory text, of course. It's not, you're not giving planning evidence, but explanatory text is not the policy itself,
of course.
But that says the following, doesn't it? It talks about where it says within the town centre boundary, a primary shopping area is shown on the policies map. This has been defined based on evidence in the retail study, and defines the retail core within the town centre. And then it says it's important that the density of non-retail uses within the primary shopping area does not adversely impact its primary function. Yep. Now, so again, that's consistent with what we can see in the actual policy. That's a reflection of the importance of the primary shopping area attributed at least to it by the council when the plan was adopted.
Yeah, at the time of writing and when it was adopted, certainly.
Yeah. and the plan was adopted April 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in your proof and in your rebuttal, as I understand it, you have looked at the town centre as a whole and the impacts on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no part of your written evidence, at least so far as I can see, that you take issue with or make any point about the primary shopping area not being an important part of the town centre.
No.
So can I assume that you therefore broadly, I mean, there'll be differing degrees, of course, the extent to which it contributes to vitality and viability.
It would depend on the nature of the uses within the primary shopping area, how much they would contribute, if they contribute positively or negatively. It's all within the kind of realms of what is actually there on the ground.
Yeah. But can I take it that you agree, therefore, that it is an important part of the town centre?
It can be, yes.
Well, it can be, but do you agree it is?
In this instance,
yeah,
parts of it are, parts of it are less. If parts of the primary shopping area are not serving their current function, then I don't think they are necessarily as much.
So in your written evidence, is there any analysis, or as far as I can see, there's no analysis of which part of the primary shopping area, as opposed to any other part, contributes to importance. You haven't done that. I can't ask you about that. You haven't done that analysis, have you?
I focus on the Heart Shopping Centre, which, of course, as you will go on to point out, is partly within the primary shopping area, and I have views on how much that contributes to the vitality and viability of the wider centre. But I accept that the primary shopping area, generally speaking, is the core part of the town centre, and generally speaking will contribute more to the vitality and viability. The fact of the matter is, if there is less contribution, less value being taken to the B&B of the town centre, then there's potentially less weight to be given to it.
So you genuinely agree that it makes an important contribution to the town centre?
It generally should, yes.
It generally should. Does it make an important contribution to the town centre?
In this specific case?
Yeah.
There are different constituent parts.
We'll come back to the we'll come back to that when we look at the Heart Shopping Centre in a little more detail. So, and as to which part of the primary shopping area you say is important, but just so I'm absolutely clear, you are disagreeing. Are you taking issue with what is said in the local plan, in the ED5?
Well, no, as a policy ambition, it is right. It's whether or not that is what is currently occurring in practice.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next area of question, which is sort of some general high level principles, not related to this particular application. So first of all, the concept of retail stores playing a role in vitality and viability. The concept of anchor stores has been, we've seen that has come up in First Plan's evidence. I think you've also mentioned, I think you used the term anchor stores.
Yes.
So by that term, anchor stores, that's a reflection that it sort of, from a matter of principle, an anchor store is one that plays a particular role in bringing in footfall into a particular area. Is that?
It will serve a few functions. It's partly also attracting potentially further investment or other operators, but it won't necessarily anchor a town centre. If, for example, it could anchor the shopping centre,
Sure.
as we're seeing. So we've kind of got three anchors, but they kind of serve disparate roles.
Sure, but I'm not asking about what's going on here. I'm just
Okay,
asking
yeah, in
about,
principle,
in
yes.
broad terms, an anchor store is one that plays a significant role in bringing footfall into a particular area, whether town centre or shopping centre.
Yes, it can do if it's performing well.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a yes if it's performing well.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just before we leave this concept, so you've already mentioned. I mean, first plan refers to the three of the stores as anchors, I think. So you agree, in broad terms, that the three stores here are anchor stores. So M&S, Sainsbury's, and Waitrose.
To varying degrees, I think. Yes. And to different aspects of the town. Yes.
Yeah. Now, just before, well, whilst we've looked at the, we've had a look at the, just whilst we're on this theme of the sort of context, and whilst we're looking at those three stores, the main issue. Would you agree that the main issue, after having heard the evidence in Ms. Reeves and her written evidence, the main issue between her and yourself really boils down to, first of all, the impact on Waitrose, and secondly, the knock-on consequences of that?
Yes, although I think there's a disagreement in how that is arrived at.
Of course.
Yes, that's part and parcel. So.
Yeah. And just to be clear, we're going back to the question of, well, we've already looked at the primary shopping area, but we know that the boundary of that there's a plan set out in Miss Reeves' evidence, primary shopping area, and it's not in dispute. That includes the Hart Shopping Centre. Yeah. Yes. It's not the entirety of it.
I was going to point to it, but yes, it partly does.
Okay. So I'll come back to the. I'll come back to that when we look at impact. I'm going to look at, whilst we're on the question of principles. Another principle, please. I think you said in your evidence in chief that when you're looking at trade diversion, which is one of the ultimately the critical questions that the inspector has to look at, the degree to which the little store will divert trade from the stores in question that you've looked at in your brief. Yeah. As a matter of principle, I think you've agreed that obviously there's a professional judgment involved in working out what percentage of trade diversion will result from any particular proposal.
Yes.
Yeah. And you've set out some of the factors that you're looking at, and I think you said in evidence in chief you do look at performance of the stores.
Yes.
I mean, you've mentioned other things. You've looked at proximity, trading patterns, the various other points, the nature of the offer. All of that comes into the mix. But performance of the store is one factor.
It's one, yes.
Okay. And it's also want to understand how important it is. If I can take you to your proof, please, at paragraph 6.38. Now, you state there, notably of all the town centre food stalls, the greatest trade diversion is anticipated from Sainsbury's, reflecting, firstly, you haven't said firstly, but reflecting the degree of overlap of trade,
yes,
associated with its discount format product line. So that's a sort of judgment about the nature of the products on offer, as well as its overall trading performance. Yeah.
Yes.
And also, I think you stated at, and just take you to paragraph 4.
So is this within the same proof?
Yes, within the same proof. Actually, it might be in the retail impact assessment. Yes, so if I just to confirm, in the retail impact assessment 440, what you've said there is you've looked at the impact upon Waitrose in the heart centre. It's forecast to remain at around 1%. And then you said, as with M&S, this reflects its focus on a different sector of the market to the discounter, as well as its identified trading performance. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I should probably clarify, when I say identified trading performance, it's both the kind of numerical sides and my visit as well, how I see it functioning and trading, the kind of nature of that side of things, and it all kind of weighs into the professional judgment.
But the overall trading performance is predominantly going to be, I mean, I understood from that what you're the most significant factor you're looking at there is performance over benchmark or under. That's the assessment of trading performance.
No, not at all. Well, firstly, the first point is associated with its different sector of the market. So that's the like effect, that's the predominant factor. But then there's also accessibility, how they are currently functioning, and that is kind of all within the second string of the sentence when I talk about trading performance.
But so when say trading performance within trading performance, assessment of performance relative to company benchmark is an important factor, isn't it?
That will be one part of the assessment, yeah.
Well, it's one part, but it's an important part, isn't it?
It's an important part of that part of it, yeah.
Yes, okay. I think we can.
I think we're splitting hairs.
I'll take that. Well, so we're splitting hairs because it's something that you have looked at quite carefully in the retail impact assessment, haven't you? You've done an exercise where you've taken the survey, and from that you've extrapolated. At this point, going to ask you about the detail of that, and you've extrapolated from those surveys a turnover relative to company benchmark. That's formed a significant part of the analysis in the RIA.
Yes, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say significant. It's a part of it. So
I want to just be clear about this. So you've given a couple of different answers.
Yes,
it's a significant part of your RIA analysis, isn't it? There's a large amounts of your analysis.
Yes,
have been looking at the turnover of these stores relative to company benchmark. Yeah.
Yes,
that is an important factor in looking at trading performance, isn't it?
It's one of a number. I wouldn't necessarily say it is the most important factor.
I didn't ask you if it's the most important. Sorry. It's an important factor, isn't it?
It is one important factor of many.
Okay. Key. So, given that it is an important factor, albeit one of many, put it that way, if there are variances in turnover estimation, then that won't just have an effect on looking at how well is a particular store performing. It's going to be relevant to, except it's not going to be determinant of, it's also going to be relevant to trade diversion, isn't it?
To a certain extent, although it will be largely diluted by the fact that this is still, and I believe this is accepted between myself and Ms. Reeves, reflective of overarching trends. Waitrose is underperforming. The degree with which it's underperforming is disputed, and the other stores are overperforming, and the extent to which is disputed. But as NEMS themselves say, when providing this data, I don't think, and I don't think, so as NEMS would say, when providing this data, it is reflective of overarching trends. It is an aid memoir to determining an application. I don't think you'll find a retail consultant that would sit up here and say these are exact and precise figures.
No one's questioning that. I just want to so you've accepted that if there is variances in turnover estimation can have, I'm just talking about high level principles at the moment, can have an effect on an overall conclusion reached by a retail expert on trade diversion.
They can. It depends on the extent, because of course, as you get into bigger factors, that the influence of that is going to be to some extent diluted. You saw from the earlier in my evidence in chief when I worked out using an alternative, more up-to-date benchmark from the first plan benchmark. So that is, we were taking two different turnover figures. I arrived at, I think, 8.4%. First plan had arrived at 8.6%. I think it was that way around. You're talking about relatively small factors here. I'm not inclined to agree that it would have such a significant difference that it would be determinative, although I appreciate that's not what you said.
Yeah. No, I'm going to let you qualify your answers, perfectly fair. I don't want to cut you off. I mean, you said in your evidence in chief that, and I'm quoting, if when looking at these factors that go into trade diversion, you when looking at performance, you say if Sainsbury's and Marks and Spencer's, if they expect more people, there's more propensity for a customer to decide to make an alternative trip.
Yeah,
I think that's what you said.
Yes.
So in other words, if you've got a pretty popular store, it's going to be it's potentially more vulnerable to trade diversion.
Yeah, I maybe take issue with the word vulnerable. There's more potential. There are more people and there is more spending to take.
Sure.
Whereas a underperforming store has less people to take, less spending.
Now, looking at your, I just want to ask you now, get into the, try to avoid getting into too much of the weeds of it. Surveys, and the surveys are carried out. Now, Miss Reeves has not taken issue with the use of NEMS in principle, and I'm not going to ask you about that, but it's standard practice. NEMS is a market survey firm or whatever you call it, and they're often used.
Yes.
What I am going to ask you about is a matter of methodology and principle as to what you do with that data as a retail expert. Now, I think we can agree when you're a retail expert advising a developer or local planning authority or giving evidence to an inspector, for example, and you're looking at retail impact assessment, you as the retail expert have to exercise professional judgment, and you can agree on this, as to what the trading performance of particular stores are.
Yes.
Yeah. And you said it's standard practice, you sample, you can't do a census survey of the whole area and ask everyone where they're going to go shopping. Okay, so no one's suggesting that. But it's standard practice to use sample surveys. So that's on ground.
Yes.
And in that exercise of professional judgment, would you agree that one of the judgments that you, as the retail expert, have to reach is the degree to which a sample survey can be relied on to reach a conclusion about trading performance? I'll let you answer that and follow it up. But
I'd probably phrase it slightly differently. It is a survey of an accurate survey of how people responded. How that specifically relates to the trading performance of the accurate and actual factual trading performance of individual stores will, to a certain extent, be open to interpretation, as is always the case, because there is always a margin for error.
Yeah. So can we put it like this, that the exercise of professional judgment of retail expert is to interrogate the results of a survey and apply those results to the sort of facts on the ground and see if they broadly align.
I wouldn't say interrogate, to analyse.
Sure. Yeah, okay, analyse. Yeah. Broadly, you agree with that exercise should be done?
We apply it to the information we have in terms of population, growth, spending levels, so on and so forth. Use that to ultimately come up with an assessment, and then we will compare that to things like the benchmark and our views on the performance on the ground and so on and so forth. Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking you specifically about the application of a survey, the testing of that to what you can also see in terms of, I've said the facts on the ground, to other circumstances.
Yeah, of course.
So you'd agree you don't take a survey at carte blanche. You have to apply professional judgment and see if it's pointing you in the right direction. We use those words as to what's actually going on the ground.
I think it would always, most of the time, it would be pointing in the right direction. I think it would take a very drastic interpretation of a sample survey to say it's not pointing in the right direction. The extent to which is kind of potentially open to interpretation within the overarching assessment itself. Yes.
And that's because surveys can sometimes throw out sort of odd results, sometimes in principle. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yes. I think it's surveys, but also individual elements within the survey. So it's kind of, as you sort of scale up and you get more responses in, you get less potential for that margin for error.
If a survey does produce a strange result, or something just doesn't just looks odd, then it's the reason for that. The factor driving that has to be something that you look at as a retail expert. Yeah,
it can be if it provides enough information to come to conclusions on overarching performance, especially when, for example, in this instance, looking at the town centre as a whole, it is doing its job and it provides an indicative position with which we can use it to model up the rest of the assessment.
Well, I ask you, if a survey produces a strange result, then that is something you do need to check as a retail expert. I think you agree with that principle, yes?
Yes, if it was so strange to be counter to my expectations, I would say that is only in the case of if something was underperforming when all the evidence would point to it being overperforming. I think the nature of that is more in line with margin for error and ultimately a kind of consequence of the methodology.
So you draw the line at whether you interrogate the survey results as to whether it crosses the line between performance or underperformance or overperformance of benchmark.
And the degree to which there won't be any specific threshold. The degree with which, if something was, for example, a waitress that we saw was underperforming was actually said to be significantly overperforming, that would be a cause for concern. If it's going slightly more that way, I would suspect that you are getting more.
Okay, so
the nature of the responses.
So it's not just whether it takes you over the underperformance or overperformance line. It's if something's looks completely out of whack. So if you've got something that's just way off the scale, whether underperforming or overperforming, that's another reason you need to interrogate the survey data and see what's driving that. Yes,
it could be.
Yeah, and what you've I think you sort of saved me time in terms of an area of questioning. What you've done, one of the things you can do when a survey result is producing unrealistic, is coming up with unrealistic results, is you can adjust it. You can make an allowance for that in your impact assessment.
To the extent that where you will point out an anomalous result will have such a significant impact on your overarching assessment. Well, like I said, if something is overperforming, but you suspect that trade was maybe more likely to be going to other stores in the town centre, and you are looking at the town centre as a whole, that is potentially less of a reason to your fingers dirty and come up with a manual adjustment, because that is quite a stretch to go in and say we are going to have to exercise our professional judgment to do so.
Well, I mean, let's look at the can I ask you to turn to table 6 of the forgive me, the May 2026 Retail Impact Assessment Addendum. I'm going to call it yours because you're the author of it.
I'm happy to take ownership for the time being, depending on where this goes.
Now, you said in your evidence in chief, you gave an example of the sort of adjustment you can do when the survey is potentially not coming out with a result that you think is necessarily correct.
Well, it's not just if it's not necessarily correct, it's if it will also have such an undue influence on the rest of the assessment.
Yeah. So this is an example, isn't it? So if you go to, say, you mentioned your evidence in chief, one example, Sainsbury's Hook, what you've done in terms of the market share analysis, you've put on a 1% to reflect the fact that the store hasn't, at the time of the survey, hadn't reached maturity. Yeah.
Yes, from memory, it was slightly. It was slightly more than 1%, but yes, the nature of the principles apply. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what you can do if the survey is that's the sort of adjustment you can do to make sure the survey results are sort of aligned more to the facts on the ground.
I wouldn't ever just do it to try and align it to what I think should be the position on the ground. I would only do it if there was a position coming up that would have such a material impact on everything else going into it.
Okay.
So, for example, as we undoubtedly are going to get onto, I'm not necessarily going to suggest that the degree of overtrade warrants that kind of correction, especially when it is something that is open for discussion and interpretation.
You're getting ahead of me, but because I wasn't asking about that.
He is allowed to, say what he wants to say, Mr. Nick.
No, he can qualify his answers, but I just say we'll save time if you don't.
It was an example.
It is an example. Okay.
You suggested that was a broad pattern in which people undertake the work. I was providing an example of when it would not necessarily be as appropriate.
Now, in terms of the actual survey that was carried out, just so I can, this might save a lot of time.
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Reeves has sent a lot of evidence about the sensitivity of the weightings.
Sure.
And what that does to the differences. So I don't think you could speak any of the sort of fundamentally the maths she's done in terms of, or the point she's identified in terms of, I'll put this a better way. She's identified, for example, with a particular age group, I think under the ages of the age group under 55. She explains in her brief that's been quite heavily weighted.
She didn't do that. She pointed out where it was in the NEMS data that we had provided to her. But that the weighting maths, as it were,
Yeah.
is done by NEMS and is published and was provided and part of the submission pack.
So her identification, for example, of the three times weighting on
Yes.
that age group, you don't dispute any of those particular points she's making about how
No,
what the
no,
weightings
that
are
is
done.
what NEMS
Yeah.
say the numbers were used to correct the proportion of over 65 respondents who came back, and that is the way they will typically do so.
Now, your analysis of the, let's call it the robustness of the survey, that's on pages 13 and 14 of your proof, I think.
It is.
It could be of the
12 and 13.
Yes, apologies. Yeah. And as I understand it, your position is you're saying it's reasonable to rely on NEMS's confirmation that the survey was sound. You just explained that. They looked at the statistical accuracy of it, and you've relied on that.
It's sufficient to provide an sort of indication of travel, which is to say overperformance, underperformance, the broad extent to which is, and then take it to determine an application.
And so it's the confirmation from NEMS, and you wrote to them, and they said, yes, this is all as a survey statistically in accordance with best practice, effectively. It was on that basis that you haven't made an adjustment to any of your trade diversion figures as a result of what the survey is showing you.
In the most recent assessment, yes. Yeah. Because of course we only went to NEMS for the purpose of discussing all of this for the appeal.
Now, you've agreed at paragraph 615 of your proof, please, you say the level of turnover identified for M&S 8.5 times company average levels, and Sainsbury's 4.4 times company average levels. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you say that may be an overestimation, having captured more of the shoppers on this particular occasion. And then you say the turnover identified for Waitrose may be an underrepresentation. Yeah. And then you say at 619, brief on the same page, this is in relation to the overperformance point, that may be debated. Yeah. You see, in view of the above, whilst the extent of this performance may be debated. See that?
Where are we?
619.
Oh, sorry, you jumped down.
Just want to pick up to the.
No, it's okay. I was just trying to follow. In view of the above, what? Yes, I'd write that.
Now, can I take you, please, to the appellant's statement of case? And that is for your reference, CD 11.02. Paragraph 3.9. The appellant is setting out under reason refusal 1 at the time what its position was. It states under 3.9, it's looking at M&S trading, and then it says I'm just going to read this out. The household survey therefore suggests that the store is incredibly successful, trading almost 10 times the M&S average. Now, I know that's figures. I don't want to get bound up on the numbers because it's probably less than that now.
Yeah, it's by virtue of the different data, but the point still remains.
We could be here all day talking about that. But let's assume that's not what I want to ask you about.
Of course.
The appellant says this in statement of case. This is indicative of successful trading, a successful store trading above benchmark, but is very likely to be a significant overestimation. Yeah. And then it says this is likely due to the difficulty in assessing the market share of smaller stores through a household telephone survey, reflecting the margin of error for such surveys.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you agree, therefore, it is very likely to be a significant overestimation?
Yes.
And what you haven't done is made any allowance for that, or or in your trade diversion table, factored that overestimation in at all, have you?
I have. I most certainly have. In the market share analysis that informs the turnovers, you're correct, I haven't, because I thought that the nature of overtrading, the extent of it, especially when you look at overtrading across the town centre as a whole, was not determinative. When you get into the trade diversion assumptions, the weight that you apply to something like that reflects, and that's when you are very much exercising professional judgment, reflects the fact that, yes, you're right, this is potentially likely an overestimation, and therefore that's not going to be the be all and the most important factor when coming up with trade diversion. You're going to be looking at, and we've done this quite extensively, market position and proximity and all the rest of it.
I'll put it this way. So I probably by using the word trade diversion, I jumped the gun. In terms of the design year convenience good market shares, you haven't made, so that market share analysis that we looked at earlier, so table 6 of the retail impact assessment, you haven't put in a percentage figure to adjust for any overestimation, have you?
No, that reflects, as is standard practice, the household survey. I have not decided, I did not think that the extent of that overestimation was so significant as to alter the ultimate findings, which is to say it is overtrading to such an extent when, even when you look at larger series of survey responses across the whole of the town centre, reflecting the fact that M&S and Sainsbury's turnovers may in actual fact be slightly lower, but still a high level of over trading. Waitrose may be slightly less, but still still under benchmark. But if you look at the town centre as a whole, when you bring all of that together, it doesn't fundamentally change the analysis that is then undertaken, and you will, when interpreting whether or not those impacts fall over the threshold of significantly adverse, it is something that can be taken into the round.
So despite the fact that you made an adjustment for Hook of 1% to reflect,
it was more than 1%, but yes,
or 1%, whatever it is, you didn't make any numerical adjustment to the market share analysis, despite the fact that you agree that it is very likely to be a significant overestimation.
Yes, because Hook was showing, Sainsbury's and Hook was showing a very significant under performance below benchmark, which for a brand new store appeared to be somewhat counter to what we would expect, whereas the extent of the high level of over trading of the M&S or indeed the Sainsbury's did not, in my judgment, justify a manual adjustment.
And that you can see the inconsistency there, can't you? That you've made a 1% adjustment for Hook.
Again, it was far more than 1%.
Yes, but despite the fact that on your evidence, for example, M&S 8.5%, so 8.5 times over trading.
Yeah,
you haven't. I mean, just on that example, you haven't made any adjustment whatsoever to reflect that.
No, because one was significantly under trading, and we would not expect it to be significantly under trading. It's how you look at the performance of those stores in the round as well when you come into assessing them. I would not expect to run the rest of the numbers on a Sainsbury's store that is suggested to be under trading to that level. If there was any other evidence that that Sainsbury's store was under trading, we wouldn't necessarily have touched it. But
so why do you only adjust for undertrade? What about significant overtrading? Exactly the same analysis should apply.
It would if we had reason to suspect that those stores were in fact actually undertrading or closer to benchmark. In fact, all the evidence suggests that they are overtrading to a great degree the extent to which is disputed, I agree.
So if the inspector was to find,
Mhm.
I mean, you can go back to your earlier answers on this, that in fact an adjustment would have been appropriate to reflect the M&S and Sainsbury's to reflect the fact that it is very likely to be a significant overestimation. Yeah, that would affect the market share analysis of Sainsbury's and M&S, for example, on that level.
It would. I don't think it would have as much of an impact on the overarching impact conclusions on Sainsbury's or M&S. Equally, it would almost certainly reduce the level of impact on Waitrose, because you'd essentially be redistributing some of that trade to the Waitrose. You'd say, I suspect that actually Waitrose is doing better. So it has more turnover, more people are going to it, more spend is coming into it than the survey was previously suggesting. So it is more resilient. It's not as close to kind of the lower levels of benchmark as the survey had presented. But that is an exercise that has kind of been sort of discussed rather than presented. Equally, Ms. Reeves, if she had an alternative suggestion for these, or her colleagues before her, could have done the same. But that was not something that they decided was justified, despite having all of the data to do so.
Well, I'm asking about what you did. You haven't provided any evidence in your written proof of evidence as to why, the sticking on market shares, why, despite the market shares as produced by the survey producing what is very likely to be a significant overestimation, what the inspector doesn't have is any analysis from you as to why you didn't make an adjustment, a numerical adjustment.
But I am now being asked that question, and I'm responding to say, because the level of overtrading is not in, or the fact that it is overtrading is not in dispute, that would have limited influence on whether or not someone was to conclude that there was a significantly adverse impact. So ultimately, we're going to get to a point where this would reduce the impact on the town centre if I was to run those numbers.
Well, I'm going to move on from this point, but I'm going to put it to you that given that the level of trading, the level of turnover, and therefore market share, is an important factor in reaching a conclusion about trade diversion. Yeah,
it's one important factor, yes.
That in fact, what would have been reasonable to have done, for you to have done, is to have made an adjustment to reflect the overestimation that your own client accepts has taken place. That would have been a reasonable thing to do.
I don't agree. I don't think it was reasonable and necessary. I think given that the extent of overtrade, or given that the fact of overtrade was clear and obvious, I don't think disputing the specific extent, especially when you take a step back and look at the overarching figure for the town centre and see that that is more reasonable, more robust, more likely to be reflective of the position on the ground, I don't think that necessarily justified it. And I don't think that necessarily would have followed through to the extent that you are suggesting into trade diversion, which is I expect will go.
And just to be clear, just say before I leave this, but just say I think it's common ground. You have run a sensitive analysis based on percentage of, I think you can see that in your proof. You've run a sensitivity analysis in relation to market share. Sorry,
the benchmark.
The benchmark yes. Changing, is that right?
Yes, I believe that was the end of my proof. 6.4, that's page 19. No, sorry, that's wrong. I've been in the addendum. Apologies.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. In your rebuttal addendum.
No, it was in the impacted retail impact NRIAA, to use Ms. Sargent's acronym.
Yeah, of course it was that. So I've lost it as well.
The one we hadn't opened. Page 14.
Yeah.
Table 6. Yes, I provided that because there was no alternative provided
But
by
just
anyone else.
just to be clear, what the inputs into that, if we look at Waitrose, you've looked at that. So what this is showing us that you tested this against various different benchmark turnovers, haven't you? Is that right?
No, well, each store was given its own benchmark turnover.
Yes,
It was accurate at the time of the assessment, and I believe it's still accurate.
So what this isn't doing is looking at the sensitivity to the trade diversion impact if you changed, for example, let's take Waitrose for example. If you change Waitrose's, I think there's a 0.12 million drop that's factored in. What you haven't done is a sensitivity test against that changing to say 1 or 2 million.
No, this was addressing the first point, which was the market share overarching.
Okay.
I still stand by the trade diversion assumptions. The point that I made in my evidence in chief is if we were to run, and we hadn't had any alternative suggestions for trade diversion, despite the criticism suggested. So we used the first plan suggestion and then ran the numbers, and it was remarkably similar to the figures they had suggested.
But just to be clear, you're not suggesting this is a sensitivity testing of the results of the survey, coming out with a higher number or a lower number in terms of turnover on Waitrose. You haven't done that exercise.
Sorry, I don't quite follow you.
So you've inputted into this table. You've assumed the same 0.21. I mean, there'll be different 0.12 million.
213. Yes, it's the same.
That's in all of these scenarios.
I use the same trade diversion assumptions as I have throughout the rest of the assessment within the sensitivity analysis.
So you have
this sensitivity analysis was just looking at the dispute between myself and Ms. Reeves on the current trading performance of the stores.
So so there isn't a sensitivity test based on, as I said before, based on say if we've heard in Ms. Reeves' oral evidence in chief, she was suggesting similar along the impact may be similar to Sainsbury's 1 to 2 million. You heard that figure. You haven't run a sensitivity analysis on that basis.
Well, firstly, she mentioned that yesterday, which is the first time I've seen any alternative numbers suggested. If there were alternative numbers suggested, we most likely would have run them. We had no reason to do so. We stand by the trade diversion assumptions and position taken here. You don't normally necessarily run sensitivity analysis, a sensitivity analysis. The only reason I provided it here is because none had been provided because
I just wanted to be absolutely clear, therefore, there's not the checks on the, so just to conclude this point about survey, the checks on the survey were effectively, yes, NEMS has said it's all good, and you've therefore factored that in. You didn't run any other sensitivity check based on a differing level of turnover for Waitrose.
I did not submit more than one set of retail impact assessment figures based on alternative assumptions, and I don't think most people submitting an application or reviewing their own work for a proof would do so. It is normally for whoever is instructed to review to do so. I've provided this as one example of how you may go about doing so, but I was not able to preempt the specific nature of the assumptions, which I disagree with, that Ms. Reeves may make in terms of either overarching market share or the second aspect of it, which is the trade diversion assumptions.
And just to sort of conclude on this, if something's showing that something's performing well, at the Satan's case 10 times, and you get you rerun your figures 8.5 times, for example, at Sainsbury's, you're still saying that that didn't even cross your mind to run a sensitivity analysis on what the survey was showing you and to just check whether the degree of difference that made to company turnover figures. That didn't cross your mind.
That's not what I'm saying at all. The degree of overtrade is not necessarily determinative of the overarching impact. It was not necessary for where we were looking at the levels of impact at play.
At what point would it become necessary? I mean, if we went up to 20 times, would you run a check? If the survey was telling you that some stores were overtrading it 20 times.
If I was to then look and the overarching town centre was suddenly looking to be underperforming because of the nature of the work, but we understand from various other bits and pieces of evidence from our visits on the ground that actually those stores aren't underperforming, then it would, and as I've done with the Sainsbury's and Hook, then it would warrant manual adjustments, other assessments. In this case, ultimately, you are potentially moving some money in the town centre to other places in the town centre and the degree of over and under trade would just.
So is it your evidence on the public record in this inquiry, you're saying that if a survey produces, take an extreme example, 20 times overtrade, then you still wouldn't run a sensitivity check to see what difference that makes?
You could do, but whether or not it would be helpful is sort of besides the point. If ultimately you still believe the evidence will suggest that it's more likely 2 or 3, and looking at the numbers, there is no reason to suggest that the impact would be anywhere close to significant.
So it would be reasonable at 20 times to run a sensitivity check?
It would depend on the nature of the store, how it was trading. If I was looking at it and it didn't look like it was reasonable, it would depend on whether or not there were other stores that looked like they didn't make out that trade. And
this is despite your acceptance earlier that turnover is an important factor in trading performance, in turning leading on to trade diversion.
It's one of them, yes. And it is a factor that we will potentially apply less weight to if we think that is an overestimation.
I'm going to have to put it to you and say that's just not cogent, is it? That the idea that you could have in relation to an important factor that leads into the overall trade diversion analysis, that you've got a survey that's showing a significant overestimation. It's just totally unreasonable not to have at least run a sensitivity check.
We could have done. Equally, Ms. Rees chose not to.
Sure, you could have done. It would have been reasonable to have done so, wouldn't it?
I disagree. The outputs would not have changed overly significantly. And like I say, Ms. Rees did not choose to do one either.
And it would have been reasonable to have made an adjustment, as you did, as per Hook, to make an adjustment to your table 6, but you didn't do that.
I don't think it was necessary in this instance.
Before we move on from what the surveys are telling us, actually no, I think I'll come back to this, but it was going to be a point about Aldi and Church Crookham, but I'll have a look at that when it comes to impact. Just to be clear, although we focus on the overestimation, the same analysis applies for underperformance, doesn't it? If you've overestimated in one area, it's going to have a knock-on effect on other stores.
Sure, but when we zoom out and look at the town centre, that appeared to imply that the overarching direction of travel was realistic on the ground. So you'd sort of be shuffling things around. But ultimately, when you look at impact on the town centre, it's of less relevance than looking at individual stores.
I'm just going to look at other aspects of your trade diversion analysis. Now, so we're moving on to sort of area 4 now, away from the surveys. Now, there was a point put. One of the, let's sort of put this in layman's terms. One of the, when you're looking at trade diversion and coming to a figure, and you've come to, I think, 1.4% figure for Waitrose, yeah.
In terms of trade diversion,
yeah, so
well, it's 1.5%.
1.5, yeah. I know you keep it. 1.5 or 1.4.
Force of habit. Apologies.
Now, when you're looking at sort of matter of first principles, again, you have to look at what in the area, when you're looking at trade diversion, what might result. You have to look at what are the stalls that appear to be competing in this area, yeah, in the study area. The PPG, well, there was a point put to Miss Reeves. I just want to make sure, see if it's a point that you are making. That under the retail impact assessment, and I've got my own extract of it, so that it might be that you can see it in Miss Reeves. I'll read it out if you want to find it, but that it's in Miss Reeves' evidence if you need that. But do you recall questions were asked to Miss Reeves about what the impact assessment says in terms of the like-for-like basis?
Yes.
And just so we can remind ourselves, it's the PPG says as a guiding principle, impact should be assessed on a like-for-like basis in respect of that particular sector. Yeah. And now it's not in dispute. I mean, I hope we're not in dispute. We're in the same sector, at least. We're in the retail sector.
We are.
Yes. And that's why it says don't compare. You don't compare an art centre large DIY store with a small town centre one. Say that they'd be in different sectors, even based on their size.
Yes.
Yeah. And then it says retail uses tend to compete with their most comparable competitive facilities.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, just to be clear, that's what the guidance. I mean, it seems the statements are blindingly obvious that, of course, with retail you tend to compete with a most comparable competitive facility.
Yes.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean you don't compete with other facilities, do you?
No, you can to varying degrees, but
And
you tend to compete more, but there will be other aspects that play into it.
And so that's not saying when you're looking at retail uses, you just look at the impact on the most comparable competitive facility. You look at those facilities that are going to compete with the proposal, don't you? And that's what you've done.
Yes, it's an important factor in the assessment. One of the important factors.
You've acknowledged, I think, that Waitrose does, albeit completely accept your case to a lesser degree, it does directly compete with Lidl, doesn't it? Otherwise, there wouldn't be any trade.
Yeah, there is a small degree of overlap. I think that gets to the crux of the point here.
So that's a yes, but it does directly compete, albeit to a small degree or small overlap.
I wouldn't say directly compete, but yes, it does compete.
Well, I'm going to ask you again, does it? It does directly compete, doesn't it? Or are you denying that it directly competes? I need to be very clear about this so I can make submissions about this at the end of.
No, I understand. I'm trying to think through the implications of the word directly in this instance, because it will obviously compete to some degree. There will be people who will choose to go for a cheaper, loaf of bread from Lidl, well, for example, but no, they do serve bread from Lidl than Waitrose if they happen to be passing or it's on their route. It will compete. I don't think I necessarily add the qualified directly.
Okay. Well, can I take you
because
to paragraph?
The nature of trips will be different.
Okay. Well, so you do deny that it competes directly, do you?
I think it competes. I just don't think it competes directly.
Can I take you to page 9 of your proof, please?
Yes.
Now you've agreed you haven't qualified in your evidence to chief that you want to make any adjustments to this. Your proof of evidence.
I'm aware of.
So page 9, please.
Yes.
Can I ask you to read paragraph 5.14, first sentence, please?
The food store proposed in the appeal scheme would compete most directly with the existing food stores in Fleet Town Centre, Sainsbury's, Waitrose and M&S Simply Food, equating to 30% of trade diversion to the proposed Lidl food store. A solus impact of just 3.3%, 6.4% accounting for commitments.
So there you're saying the appeal scheme does compete most directly with with those existing food stores
when taken collectively, sure, because that's where I applied the highest level of trade diversion. A third of all of the spending to new spend at Lidl will come from the existing town centre stores.
Hang on, you didn't say, you didn't use that qualification collectively. You've said 540
with the existing food stores in Fleet Town Centre.
Most directly with the existing food stores, Sainsbury's, Waitrose and M&S.
You missed out the bit where I say Fleet Town Centre.
Yes, with the existing food stores, which you've identified as Sainsbury's, Waitrose and M&S.
Yes.
So anyone reading this would understand that you are accepting that the appeal scheme competes most directly, maybe differing degrees of that, with those three stores.
I think it's more collectively. If you look at the individual stores and you look at the trade diversion figures I've applied to each of them, it's pretty clear that my professional judgment is that Sainsbury's has a greater level of direct competition. You could even argue direct competition, but has.
Well, I'm going to put it to you one time. It's just simply not what you said there. You haven't said most directly brackets collectively with the existing food stores. You've identified three food stores
in Fleet Town Centre.
In Fleet Town Centre, that the appeal scheme would compete most directly. A plain reading of that is that it is obvious that your evidence was, certainly when you wrote this proof, that the appeal scheme would compete most directly with those three stores, including Waitrose.
I do not agree with that interpretation. I think I said with the existing food stores in Fleet Town Centre, and then in brackets I defined which those stores were. I did not suggest that you could take that statement, take out the other two and apply it to one of the stores in the brackets.
Now, just looking at why you say that, or your position that of those three, I'm going to summarise this, Waitrose does not, let's put it neutrally, does not compete as much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When looking at trade diversion, there's no set mathematical formula. I think you've accepted that. You look at the market generally. I think you've done that in your rebuttal.
Yes.
You look at price, and we can see that in, I think it might be in the addendum.
Yes.
Where the retailer sits generally in price, and I think you also very fairly accepted in or said in evidence in chief. You look at other local factors too, don't you? Proximity.
Yeah, where there are existing competitors in the area, where the trade draw is showing this come from. So one store may be particularly attractive to a certain catchment in a certain residential area. So you'll take that into account when you take into account trade draw before you then go on to assess trade diversion.
And size of the store as well. That's all. Sort of, you mentioned
size
that
of the
in
store
your
will be
chief.
relevant insofar as it can be reflective of performance and offer. If it's a very big underperforming store that is offering predominantly higher levels or higher end products, I would not necessarily say just because it's a big store. Equally, I think like for like principle applies here, and you'd look for similar size stores to give the similar nature of the offer. That's not determinative because there's difference between main food trips and top-up trips, but a lot of that will come into it. The size will also dictate whether or not a store is more likely to be for main food trips than top-up trips.
So just to go back to my question, size is a factor.
It can be with all the other caveats applied to it.
Well, it can be. Size is a factor, yes or no?
In some cases, it may not be.
In this case, is size a factor?
It depends on the store itself and its overarching performance.
Is the size of the Waitrose store in this case a factor, or is it not a factor that you've taken into account?
Not in and of itself, no.
You haven't taken into account the size of the Waitrose store in your trade diversion analysis.
But it would have been worked in some way in the formulas.
Well, it's your trade diversion analysis.
Of course.
Just for, I've got a note.
Yeah.
Did you take into account the size of the Waitrose store in reaching your 1.4%?
Yes, because I would have used that to calculate the benchmark, and that benchmark would have been used to demonstrate that it is under trading. I would have then applied some of my own professional judgment to establish whether or not I believed the extent of over or under trading was
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be controversial that you took into account the size, but
Yeah.
so it is a relevant factor.
Yes,
Thank you.
it can be. To varying degrees.
It is a relevant factor in the assessment, and it's one that you took into account. Wage rates. We're going around in circles. It is a relevant factor that you took into account.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when looking at the what led to your 1.5%, let's call it that, 1.4, because I keep going back to your May 2026 figure.
And
so
it's also confusing because it's the same as the impact.
Okay, well, I'm going to call it, it's 1.5 easier, so it doesn't feel easy. Okay. The NRA, the two big factors, or the two factors that the NRA tells us that led to that conclusion. If I could just take you to back to page 12 of the NRA, please.
Of course.
And just remind us. You said the impact is forecast to remain at 1%. I mean, I know that's so this is approximately
Paragraph 4.40.
Yeah. And then you're saying this reflects, so the two things the NRA draws the reader's attention to: different sector and trading performance. Yeah, those are the two things that were highlighted in the NRA.
Yes, that's not to say they were the only factors, but those are two that I felt were relevant to raise in this moment.
Yeah, and probably two, and therefore two of the most significant factors. Otherwise, you wouldn't have raised them.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm not going to go back over trading performance. we've discussed that. Different sector to the market. We heard your evidence, Chief. You're effectively saying we've got Lidl's a discount. It's a discount retailer, and therefore it's appealing to a different type of customer to the customers that go to Waitrose, effectively.
Yes, it's more nuanced than that because, to your point earlier, the size will come into it whether or not a store is more likely to cater to top up or main food and so on and so forth.
And one of the bases on that is based on your experience of how Lidl's offer and the fact that it discounts lots of discount offers, things like that.
Yeah, own brand goods that are intended to sort of undercut.
And now it is the case, isn't it? And you're very familiar with Lidl. Sounds like they're a regular client of yours. It is the case that Lidl have been moving to larger stores. And the strategies. And one of the things that larger store brings you the opportunity of delivering is a greater number of product lines.
Yes, that's correct.
And therefore, Lidl is moving, albeit I don't think you'll agree with me, it's moved out of the discount sector, but it is moving into offering more products, more product lines, and therefore moving to compete more against the other, you mentioned the big four supermarkets.
Yes, I'd probably caveat that in terms of it's moving to compete more with people doing main food shopping. I think when the discounters first came in, people would do bits of their shopping there and potentially then do other top-up shopping at other stores. As they have grown, they have increased their footprint. With that comes various efficiencies, but they have also, over the years, gradually increased the number of product lines that they can. They're still sort of many factors, sort of some cases sort of more than a third, a quarter of some of the main food stores in terms of the number of product lines, but they are competing slightly more with people, and people are doing more of their main food shopping from the discounters than they would have otherwise. I don't think the number of products available would suggest that they are suddenly entering the higher end of the market and competing more with a Waitrose. I think to the extent that happens, it's to the extent that Waitrose has any proportion of the main food shopper market in a given area.
So I think you agree it's moving to compete more with I think you described them as a big four. That was my question. agree with
Well,
that?
no, it's moving to compete more with the main food formats of the big four.
Okay, I've got moving to compete with the main.
That is not to say that it doesn't still predominantly compete with the discounters,
yeah.
or
Yeah, of course.
more so with those big four that happen to be more towards the discount side of that big four.
Okay.
Of course, there's a spectrum here.
There is spectrum, and we do know, don't we, that I mean, Sainsbury's is one of those big four, right?
It is. It's a bit of an outdated term because
Yeah.
It's not always
Yeah.
accurate in terms of market share, but it is
Yeah.
just a.
And it's your evidence is that Sainsbury's is going to suffer, I think, a trade diversion in absolute terms. Am I right in saying around about 1.2 million, 1.2 to 2 million?
It's just over 2 million. Yes.
Yeah. Now, can we look at if we look at the position in the price points, so in your rebuttal, I think it's where you put the analysis of the pricing. I could have muddled it up.
No, page 3, table 1.
Thank you. No, sorry, that's got the wrong thing. Yeah. Buried your rebuttal.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
that is
that's
market share. So
I
it
think
will
it's
be
in
the
NR. I muddled up where I put it. Might be in your proof, actually. Table.
It is, yes. Thank you. That's Ruth. It was page 18.
Yes, sorry, forgive me. Yes, page 18. Now we know from this that Sainsbury's, once if you use a Nectar card, is 17% off. In terms of price point of these baskets, is 17% off Lidl. Yeah,
17 percentage points. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's sorry, I misread that. Yeah, and without it's 120. So it's approximately, and I don't want to get drawn on the difference between two sort of percentage terms, but it's about halfway between Lidl and Waitrose in terms of price points.
Yes, in terms of price points, yes, broadly speaking.
Now your analysis though is that Sainsbury's is going to suffer a significant. We're going to put this in relative terms, but a significantly higher trade draw than Waitrose. Yeah.
Yes. Trade diversion.
Trade diversion. But that's despite the fact that Sainsbury's is only, give or take the discount card, only 18% less than Waitrose. Yeah.
Percentage points. Yes. So it's half. But that is just one factor that goes into this, of course. The other, which I'm sure you'll take me to eventually, will be the performance. And whilst we can disagree on the extent to which there is performance, it is common ground that Sainsbury's is overperforming, I would say, considerably. And so a very successful store. And so there is more, we've been through this a little, there's more people, more trade.
Absolutely. So
there's greater propensity for those people to stop going to Sainsbury's and go more to Lidl.
But in terms of price point alone, the Sainsbury's is, you see the inconsistency in suggesting that if you're just looking at price point, you're suggesting that a 17% difference between Sainsbury's and Nextcard and Lidl doesn't prevent competition. It still means those are competing. You're getting a significant trade war from Sainsbury's. Yeah.
That's not the only consideration, but sure, you said in isolation. So taking that very heavy caveat, because that's not the way these things work. But yes.
Yeah, a similar, I know, I take the fact it's not identical, a similar difference in price point between Sainsbury's and Waitrose.
Mm-hmm.
That difference in price in your view, still doesn't justify increasing the trade draw from Waitrose, even though it's at a similar.
So you
it's
mean
halfway
trade
the gap.
diversion?
Sorry, trade diversion. I'm using trade draw.
That's fine. So in this hypothetical, I'm ignoring all other factors and saying if we were just looking at the price alone and not looking at market perception, not looking at other factors, not looking at their offer, not looking at the fact that one has a more widely advertised discounter offering. If we were just looking at that single table, then I would possibly have taken a different approach. But using my professional judgment, I applied all of those other factors and others.
Because on the face of it, it's your analysis here of say Waitrose only suffering 0.2 million, and Sainsbury's suffering, I think, up to a 2 million trade diversion. So it suggests that those two, Sainsbury's and Waitrose, aren't competing.
So the Sainsbury's and Waitrose.
That suggests that Sainsbury's and Waitrose don't compete.
If you were just looking at this and you came to that conclusion, sure.
But they do compete, don't they?
They do. They can do, yes.
And so if Sainsbury's and Waitrose do compete, then it's inconsistent to suggest that Sainsbury's would suffer a significantly higher trade draw in the region of, if you go up to 2 million, in the region of 1.8 million. It's entirely inconsistent.
Again, trade diversion, not draw.
Sorry,
sorry, I'm going to stop myself. Not a very.
So I'm going to try and use trade diversion. So that's inconsistent. If they're competing.
No, but you're only looking at one factor and you're trying to explain all of the other points that come into this. That is one aspect of one aspect. That is just the price point. That does not reflect market perception, does not reflect wider offer. That does not reflect the fact that one offers a discounter scheme and the other doesn't. There are all sorts of other factors that suggest that Sainsbury's will compete more with Lidl and will compete to a certain extent with Waitrose, and the difference will be equally stark.
The difference is over exaggerated, isn't it? The difference in the trade draw between Sainsbury's, so trade diversion between Sainsbury's and Waitrose, that is a bit like with your market performance. It's significantly overstated, that difference.
I very much disagree. I do not think that anywhere near the same number of people currently shopping at Waitrose will suddenly up and move to Lidl, especially when those that were more minded to do so, to move to a discount convenience retailer, will have already done so to a large extent when Aldi entered the picture in 2022.
One of the indicators, I accept it's not a determinant, but one of the indicators is if there's competition or significant competition between Waitrose and your client's appeal scheme, is the objection from Waitrose. I mean, isn't it? I mean, Waitrose wouldn't object if it wasn't worried about competition. Just wouldn't have bothered with it.
Well, they'll protect their bottom line regardless. I don't think Waitrose particularly care one way or another if it is significantly adverse. I think Waitrose are more interested in the fact that there is any adverse.
Well, Waitrose wouldn't have gone to the trouble of submitting an objection twice if it didn't think that there was a material risk of competition from Lidl in this case.
I think they'd be protecting their bottom line regardless. If they were made aware of this and they thought there was the opportunity to object.
That can't be right. I mean, they're not going to object to every.
No,
it's not your evidence. They object to every store opening anywhere.
No.
I mean, let's just take this in stages.
Sure.
If there's a material risk that they think that there would be a competition between the appeals scheme and its own store, that would lead it to submit an objection. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's a clear indicator, at least the inspector can take it into account as a clear indicator of a significant risk of competition from Lidl.
I wouldn't jump to that conclusion.
You've given your example of Waitrose objecting to South Downs.
Yeah.
Miss Reeves has given her, she says, extremely rare. It is extremely rare for Waitrose to object, isn't it?
No, not in my experience.
You haven't given examples or any other examples where they've.
I was informed of this position. I haven't had the opportunity to do extensive research. I have seen objections. I'm aware of the people who act on behalf of Waitrose and have dealt with them on a few occasions, both in my role or working for retail or working on behalf of retailers and working on behalf of local authorities.
Now you mentioned I think one of the reasons you said, well, one of the reasons you haven't increased that 1.5% trade diversion from Waitrose is that you're saying, you say, as I understand it, well, Aldi opened, what was it, in 2022?
Yes.
2022, and sort of, to use the sort of layman's term, hoovered up the as a sort of first mover almost, hoovered up
Yes.
those that were inclined to shop or had a propensity to change to a discount.
Yes, they were also a slightly different catchment, sort of sort of supporting the south, where there's far less competition if you look further across the wider catchment, whereas we're to the north and there is slightly more if you go a little further. There are other Aldis in particular already to the north.
But that's, I mean, again, that's the idea that, I mean, you take you to Appendix 4, and we know that at the time it was Appendix 4 of Miss Reeves' proof. You've read that?
I believe so. You may have to remind me as
yes,
what specifically it was.
And that report says, well, let's look at it if you need reminding.
Yes, the report, yes.
That says the applicants, so I'm going to quickly take you through it because I don't know if we've been through this Miss Reeves. Folks would have seen this already, but that states, I haven't got the page number, but on the penultimate page of the report,
yes,
dated 15th of August 2019, the impact test there said the majority trade erosion was from food stores from Fleet Town Centre, especially Sainsbury's and Waitrose, which would equate to approximately 4 million.
Yeah.
So, and you can see that, I mean, the overall diversion of trade was over the page 5.84 from the town centre. Yeah. Now,
sorry. Yeah.
Just so for the full. Now, your effectively your statement that there's no more capacity for Waitrose customers to go across to a new.
I don't think I said no more.
Well, not no capacity, limited capacity for customers to go across to the new little store. Well, I mean, firstly, the new little store is in a different part of town to Aldi, isn't it?
It is, yes.
It's Church Crickham's on
to the south.
Went for a walk down there. It's down at the south, isn't it? So this is in a different location, and that could be a factor that might equally mean that there is some capacity for customers from current Waitrose customers to move across to this scheme.
If they are,
it's a differentiating factor, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And again, that's all, and so ultimately, it's supposition that there wouldn't be any.
I haven't said
supposition that there wouldn't be any, or a significant move across of customers from Waitrose to the appeals. To the appeals scheme, based on the fact that capacity has been taken up at Aldi. It's just supposition on your part, isn't it?
I didn't say that there wouldn't be any. I'd say there would be less. I said because the fact of a Waitrose store is, in my professional judgment, very different to the offering of a Lidl store or any discounter for that matter. Those that are minded to move once the only discounter in the wider catchment appears means that there are going to be less people that are likely to move. I don't say none. I do provide some trade diversion there. Equally, after the point was raised yesterday, I looked it up in the tables itself. It was around 10%, whereas I say the 0.5%. I stand by that. I think if you are looking at the sort of people who, sort of disingenuous, but if you're looking at Waitrose shoppers who would suddenly move to a discounter, they suddenly, having not had a discounter available to them, are now in a position where Aldi emerges. I'm not saying that would completely eat up any and all opportunity for that. There will be some that are still interested. Equally, expansions at other places over the intervening years would have potentially eked that out as well. And the fact that Waitrose is underperforming, may not be providing as nice an environment for shoppers, may also influence where people choose to shop, and all of these could sort of be factors in applying a trade diversion. It's sort of disingenuous to just point at one single factor and then say, doesn't this dispute this?
I'm just keeping an eye on the clock. Well, I was asking you about the particular point you were making, that capacity has been taken up to a large degree, I'm not going to suggest all, to a large degree by the introduction of Aldi at Church Crookham.
Yes.
And I put it to you that if ultimately based on supposition, there's no evidence to suggest that capacity has been taken up to a large extent. That's just your...
I disagree. I think the market share figures have shown that the Aldi has suddenly come along and is bringing people in, and the Waitrose is still underperforming. Again, we can rehash this, but the extent of which is maybe up for debate, because obviously Ms. Rees takes a different view on that. But I don't think that is a supposition.
And the inspector would be entitled to take a different view based on the proximity, for example, the relative proximity of the proposed little store to the relative proximity of Aldi. That's a factor that he could take into account when looking at whether your capacity point based on Aldi is a good one or not.
Sorry,
so it's a very long question at 1 o'clock. So the inspector, when the inspector's looking at how much weight to be placed on the introduction of Aldi,
yes,
and your point that it's taken up, you say that would have taken up a significant amount of capacity already.
Well, from the early adopters, those who are more inclined to.
The inspector's entitled to take into account that the Aldi is in the southern, it's to the south of Fleet, and is not in the same area as the proposed little store, which is to the north.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Equally, there was no other retail provision within Church Crookham, or no significant Church Crookham even retail provision within Church Crookham. So it sort of gave even more weight to the fact that Aldi suddenly, with Home Bargains, of course, suddenly appeared. Whereas, of course, the Lidl is quite close to Morrison. So those that weren't necessarily so discounter minded, and would have been potentially more inclined to shop at Morrison's than Waitrose.
So I've just got an eye on the clock. I think I estimated 2 hours. So I think now might be. I've still got a bit of questioning to go. Probably about half an hour more. Some slight overrun, but I wondered now might be a good time to break.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree. So we'll adjourn there for 1 hour. Thank you.
Grateful.
Thank you.
just got a few final questions on your trade diversion calculation, 1.5% we've been spending a fair amount of time this morning talking about. Could I take you to table 14 of the NRAA, the May 2026 addendum?
Sorry, if I may just point out, that was the version attached.
Yeah, got that. But you mean the rebuttal's more up to date?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Apologies.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can go to that one if you want. Yeah, let's do that. That's more up to date. So the absolute loss to Waitrose in the heart centre, we know, gone up a bit for minus 0.13. Yeah. In absolute terms.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was 0.12, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of other stores, we've already looked at or discussed Hook, Sainsbury's and Hook.
Mm-hmm.
Waitrose, Yateley, impact there minus 0.12.
Yes, find it in the list. Oh, sorry, that's trade diversion, you mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah, is that in absolute? Those are in absolute terms, aren't they? Or is that minus 0.12 million?
Yes, that's 0.12 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Of the anticipated trade.
So that's broadly similar to, and it's gone up to 0.13, but that's almost identical. Let's put it this way: it's almost identical to the impact on the Waitrose in the heart centre, isn't it?
It's broadly similar, yes.
Yeah, and yet it's further away, isn't it?
Yes, I can talk you through my justification for that if it would be helpful to the inspector.
Well, it doesn't make sense, does it? That it's another indicator that you've underestimated a diversion from the Waitrose heart in the town centre. The fact that Yateley, even though it's further away, is drawing exactly the same amount.
I'm more than happy to explain, and to my analysis, people are welcome to come to different assumptions. Of course, Miss Reeves chose not to present her own assumptions, but I'll use Miss Reeves' own map, not to advocate for a competitor's mapping service, but it is fairly helpful. Take you to Appendix 1 of Miss Reeves' proof. It sets out where the existing stores in Yateley are. It shows that Yateley essentially has 3 stores of note within the kind of combined catchment for that residential area. The biggest one in this instance, with the highest turnover as well, is the Waitrose itself. So there is, as we've discussed, a higher proportion, a higher number of people potentially to take things away from it, to divert the trade from. We've also got Aldi's at Sandhurst and Blackwater, although those are further away, travelling on some major roads to get to them. Ultimately, this gets to the point that we're looking at spend from the Yateley catchment that kind of makes up the majority of that trade diversion. If I then bring you to any of these tables we do, but let's go with 7B it will be, which is the design year expenditure patterns. So that's kind of without the development coming forward. From Zone 7, which is Yateley residents, you can again see that the best performing store there is the Waitrose in Yateley. It is the kind of predominant provider of goods there. You're also seeing that despite only having opened a year or so earlier, £1.3 million from residents of Yateley is being spent at the Aldi in Church Cookham. That is indicative of the fact that people in Yateley are willing to travel down through Fleet to reach a discounter. The largest store in Yateley is Waitrose. There is, in my estimation, every chance and a realistic prospect that the trade diversions are to be expected, because those residents suddenly have a Lidl closer to them. The difference, of course, in Waitrose, in Fleet, is of course you've got all of these other competitors around. You already have a much closer discounter that's just entered the market. It's far less established shopping patterns.
That's just, like, if I may say so, that's just wrong, isn't it? But Yateley, in Yateley, if you have a look at that plan, you say that there are discounters. There are discounters up there, aren't there? We've got Lidl in Crowthorne. There's we can see in Blackwater there's Lidl.
I mentioned both of them, but we're also, our household survey identified at least 1.3 million turnover to the new Aldi's south of Fleet. So it's indicative of the fact that people are willing. You can potentially dispute the proportion or the amount of people that are willing, but there is a 1.3 million pounds of spending from Yateley residents going down at the very least to that Aldi below Fleet. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that there would be money from the largest store in Yateley, the only big store in Yateley, that would move to a nearer discounter.
But Waitrose is the biggest store in Yateley, yes? Is that your point?
Well, it seems to be performing best. It's the biggest in terms of turnover. Yeah.
Don't you see the inconsistency there? Because we're the Waitrose here is the biggest store.
I said biggest in terms of turnover, best performing. It's also the only.
And that leads back to the same point I was making earlier, that every time I ask you about inconsistencies, you're going back to turnover. And so that's one of the factors
I also said that it's the only store.
And this is the point about the inconsistency. My point to you is, you can't rely on turnover as a differentiating factor, having previously said you don't need to investigate it further.
I said you didn't need to investigate the extent of any perceived discrepancies.
So let's look at another couple of schemes. So this time one's that just go bearings. Can I ask you to look at terms of this freeze proof page 30? Freeze proof page 37, please.
Of course.
Now, it may be that you don't dispute this, but paragraphs 148. Well, she's looking at approach to commitments. What we mean by that is schemes with planning permission. Yeah. And you've looked at that in your retail impact assessment, haven't you?
Yes.
And she's extracted, just to save time, paragraph 159. She's extracted the expected trade diversions to the proposed Lidl from those future stores. Do you see that
yes.
Table CR6? Yep.
Yes.
So we're in a completely hypothetical world here of future stores and what might happen to those.
Most importantly, also future residents without that trade having been already provided for them.
And what we can see there, can't we, is that if you have a look at that table, the trade diversions to the proposed Lidl 0.12 million. Is that what it's showing us?
From the Waitrose, yes.
That's from the Waitrose. In terms of so that's from that's a trade diversion. So the point she's making at 150 is, you may disagree with the conclusion she draws, but what this is showing us is that there are two small convenience stores in those are the commitments, And now they are going to have a greater impact on the main food store and Fleet Town Centre than the proposed Lidl, aren't they?
Yes, but there's important context missing around the fact that these commitments are associated with resident spending coming in, which is in some cases accounted for, not entirely accounted for. That is to say, this is presenting a hypothetical scenario where those commitments come forward, but and then what the extent of the spend that would be taken out of the town centre for those residents. So ultimately, new development is coming forward. New people are partially new people. Some of them will be existing residents of Fleet who are choosing to move. But ultimately, you have near enough 2,000 homes. That's 4,000 and a bit extra people. I accept that some of those will already be Fleet residents and will be relocating in the area, moving to the outskirts of Fleet, and their spend ultimately will potentially be diverted to a new local convenience store right on their doorstep. I don't think any of these are significant discrepancies that can't be explained by the fact that you suddenly have a far more convenience local store facilitating smaller top-up trips on your doorstep.
I mean, so it's not a significant discrepancy. It's a further indication that somewhere along the line, your estimation of 0.21 million or 0.13 million has gone up as a loss to the proposed Lidl from Waitrose. It's just a further indication that it's unrealistic.
I disagree. I think if you look at the fact that this is part of an urban extension and that is the nature of that spending, there is every chance that those people are either currently or would be likely to currently be spending in the town centre. And some of that spend, not all of it, not even most of it, would come to those local convenience stores. That is a additional convenience that's offered to those urban extensions where otherwise the closest and most available provision would be in the town centre. I don't think there's any discrepancy there whatsoever. Is the different nature of the different types of provision, taking into account the context that those are parts of additional housing coming forward.
Well, they're not a different type of. I mean, there's small convenience stores, and Waitrose is the main food store.
Yes, they're small convenience stores as part of a large housing development. So the nature of shopping is going to be slightly different to that than it would be to a Lidl food store. They don't, for example, have other convenience stores, to my mind, close to them or that would be able to offer similar top-up shopping provision. I'd also like to point out on this matter that it had previously been suggested by Ms. Reeves' colleagues that was an overestimation, and in fact we should be reducing the amount of spend to the commitments, and so that's potentially presenting an even worse case scenario than will exist in situ. I know Ms. Reeves potentially disagrees, and there's a potential quibble about how much of the population that would make up that new development coming forward already be Fleet residents and they'll be moving house, how much of it will be new people coming forward, new spending. But that was a point that was previously raised during the application itself by Lambert Smith-Hampton, suggesting that in actual fact this is potentially very much a worst case scenario because the full extent of the housing growth, the population growth, the spend had not been taken into account. That would, to a certain extent, reduce these even further.
So what, reduce the 1.2 million?
No, sorry, reduce the impact, I mean.
Okay. All right, well, I wasn't asking about that, but I was just asking about to explain the consistency. I don't accept what you're saying, but I'm going to move on because
sure.
Okay, so in terms of just whilst we're still on the table, so I don't know if you've sort of opened table 14, just one final point on the numbers. So Aldi in Church Crookham, in absolute terms, 0.98.
Yes.
0.98. So that's about 200,000 less than the impact on Waitrose. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm looking at column D.
Mm-hmm.
0.98
Yes.
has been lost. Is trade diversion from Aldi. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on your evidence, you're saying that Lidl competes directly with Aldi. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, even more. Sorry.
Yes.
Even more in relative terms.
Yes, more so than Waitrose, for example.
Yeah. So again, I mean, just in terms of an indication of what's going, something going on with the numbers here. Why? This might be a small point, but why is that? That seems extremely low figure if it's competing against Aldi and Church Crookham. Why is that not higher?
There's a number of reasons. It's partly because they are, to a certain extent, serving different catchments. The people to the south of Fleet have, to a certain extent, got their discounted provision. Some may decide to trip up because they prefer the Lidl offer to that of Aldi, but in broad market perception terms, they are both discounters. They both provide similar level of offer. It's also because of proximity to the site. You have to drive through, for example, Fleet, or at least round it, town centre itself. Also, Morrison's is right next door. There are other factors that come in. It's not just like for like. It's one of a few that comes into the mix when you are making your trade diversion assessment.
And just finally on the, there was one point I should have taken to it earlier in terms of market share. Do you remember we discussed price points, but I just want to take you back to your point in your rebuttal about national market share.
Yes, of course.
So I'm taking this slightly out of sequence, so apologies. Now we have that in your, let me just find it. Yeah, sorry, page 3 of your rebuttal.
Yes.
And I think the point you're making here is, you can see that Aldi and Lidl have expanded between 2014 and 2026. They've taken, in Lidl's case, they've gone from 3.6 to 8.3% market share effectively nationally.
Yes.
Yeah. And the point was put to you based on what Ms. Reeves had said, that this doesn't reflect the nature of the geographical strategies of the retailers involved. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, Ms. Reeves's point, and I mean, I don't want to have an argument about what she how to characterise what she said. So I'm going to put it this way. One of the reasons why Waitrose's percentages have not been, on the face of it, have not reduced further as Aldi's share has gone up.
Mm-hmm.
That can be attributed to Waitrose's strategy, can't it? And where Waitrose's stores have been located. For example, Waitrose has had more of a focus in the southeast.
Mm-hmm.
And so wouldn't that be another reason why you've got to accept that, so you have to exercise quite a lot of caution over extrapolating from this national market share any conclusions about the extraction from Waitrose?
Of course, it's why at 2:15 I talk about you've got to take into account local context when taking this into account. The fact that Lidl is not the first discounter coming in, you've already had Aldi, but that is a situation that exists. Equally, I'm not aware of a significant change in Waitrose's strategy over that 15-year period that would dictate a reason for this change. It would ultimately be a case of both market changes, so how people are shopping, choosing to go to other stores or discounters or what have you, and the increase in the discounters themselves, and where that increased market share comes at the expense of others, to a very small degree from Waitrose.
we want to move on now to the question of, we looked at trade diversion. I mean, I'm just going to sort of, I suppose, finally put it to you that if we take into account if the inspector was to consider that the over-estimation in the surveys needed a reflection in some increase in trade diversion to reflect the overestimation coming out of the survey on that hypothesis. I know you don't accept that.
Yes.
And if the inspector was to place weight on the first plan objection and what's been said there in terms of the level of
the 10%.
The 10%.
Yes.
That would all point to I mean, those are all pointing to the trade diversion being significantly higher than 1.4%.
I wouldn't agree significantly, but 8.4, 8.6%.
Yeah. And you wouldn't call that significant trade diversion?
Not in the context of how Waitrose is performing, not in the context of, as I explained in my evidence in chief, it would take Waitrose from, what did I say, 64%, which was Ms. Free's contention at how they're performing, to 59.
So what level would you say? So you're saying that wouldn't, that drop, let's take that sort of worst case scenario of, I know you probably don't call it a worst case scenario, let's assume.
No, we do.
That you do call it a worst case scenario.
For the purpose of considering different scenarios,
okay.
Sure.
So let's take the calculation that you came up with in your chief, 8.8% drop in absolute turnover. It's 8.6 drop in absolute in turnover of Waitrose.
Oh, sorry, that is 8.8. Apologies.
Sorry,
8.8 million.
So 8.8 million drop in Waitrose.
No, sorry.
Percentage, isn't it?
There's too many percentages. Yes. So when you say in absolute, that
sorry, I
grew me a little.
Yeah, 8.6% drop in Waitrose turnover.
Yes.
Now, the inspector needs to understand at what point you say that's not significant. The council and Ms. Reeves would say that would be significant.
I don't think I've seen them say that at any point.
Well, we know that
Ms. Reeves didn't provide any of her own figures with which to come to her conclusion.
Well, first plan clearly considers 10% significant, doesn't it?
I don't know if they say 10% would be significant.
Well, we know that,
and they say we're at 8.6.
So yes, so say 10%. We know that a drop into that level would be significant. I mean, first plan at least.
Waitrose, I don't know if they specifically use the terms, I can't remember from this, if they say it would be a significantly adverse impact, but I think we can assume they are making that case.
Okay. Now, I want to understand, at what stage do you say that a level of turnover, a reduction in turnover in percentage terms becomes significant? You're saying it's not 8.6%. 10%, is that significant?
It depends on the store, on the performance, on the overarching performance of the town centre itself.
So are you prepared to understand that? Talking about performance of the town centre, I'm asking about the impact on Waitrose itself and enclosure risk. Not talking about the impact on the town centre, we'll come on to that.
I don't think I can give a figure at this point in time without any further context on the scenario.
Do you not think, as a retail expert, when you're assessing the impact on not just in town centres but on individual stores, do you not think it's important to at least have in your mind a level of a drop of turnover that will lead to a risk of closure, or have you just completely discounted that from your analysis?
That presents a danger of predetermining something. I think if you are working under the basis of looking at the context of the store's performance, it has been underperforming seemingly for a little while. It's in a local shopping centre that's not had higher levels of vacancies, and yet there have been continued to trade despite those potential concerns. I think potentially there has been maybe conjecture, but there has potentially been an operational decision to continue operating at a lower than benchmark level.
I understand. I wasn't asking about that. I'm asking you, when you carried out your analysis,
Mhm.
you obviously decided that the 1% trade diversion and a 1.2 million drop in real terms to Waitrose was not significant, wasn't going to have an impact on Waitrose.
Yes.
Yeah. So there must come a point at which you thought, well, that you must have had in your mind a level at which it would be significant, or did you not consider that at all?
I didn't have, when producing the tables, I didn't have a level that I would not like to hit in producing it. I would prepare the tables, and they're all interlinked, and it's not necessarily the easiest thing to just kind of work it through, and then I would look at the performance of the individual stores, the performance of the town centre as a whole, and then come to a conclusion. I don't think you can necessarily pull a figure out without that surrounding context.
So the answer is no, you didn't have a number in mind. Is that just
No.
my submissions?
Much like Miss Reeves did not, I did not.
You hadn't considered at what level of trade diversion there would be a significant impact on Waitrose?
It was not, when coming up with the assessment, we did not reach a level that I thought
I know
fell above
that.
threshold.
I want to understand. But I
No,
understand what
because
your
you assessed it
conclusion was.
based on
Yeah,
the
okay.
situation in front of you.
So I can take that as a yes. You did not have in mind any.
No,
level of
I wasn't
significance.
aiming at a specific target then to not hit.
Okay. And you're saying to this inquiry that for an already underperforming store, that a further reduction of 8.8% of its turnover is immaterial. Is that what you're saying?
8.6, and I'm not saying it's immaterial. I'm saying it could be adverse, but not reaching significantly adverse. I'm also not advocating for that position. If the inspector is sympathetic to that approach, they're welcome to come to a decision on a position between the 1.5% impact that I have presented and the alternative, which I've also up with, which would be more realistic in terms of trade diversion.
I'm sorry, I wasn't asking about it. So you're saying 8% is not immaterial.
I'm not saying yes, it's
Okay,
not
so
immaterial.
it's an immaterial drop.
Yes.
Okay, but it's not significant. That is
It's
just
not
for my closing submissions. In your evidence, you're saying an 8.8% drop, 8.6, whatever the number is. I think it was misquoted.
8.4.
8.4. So we've all got it wrong.
Yes.
8.4% drop in turnover of already underperforming store. You're saying is a material drop.
Well, that's not the policy test. I'm saying it's adverse, but not significantly adverse.
Okay, so you're saying no, not asking about the policy test yet. I'm trying to get some building blocks here. And we want to look at Waitrose first of all. You consider it a material drop in turnover, do you? Or not? I just need an answer.
It depends on how you define material. I don't necessarily. Sure, it's a material drop. I don't necessarily think that would dictate it falls under adverse. I think introducing phrases like that without context when there is a specific language for the retail impact test is somewhat.
Got that. So it's a material drop. The inspector would be entitled to find it would be a significant drop. That would be open to the inspector to decide.
They'd be welcome to, yes. I think the context surrounding the Waitrose is relevant, and also the policy test, of course.
I'm not asking about the context. Really
Could you please stop interrupting him?
No,
Mr. Neal? No, I'm sorry. This has happened repeatedly, and I have been very patient, but I'm getting quite frustrated.
I beg Miss. I do beg Miss Sergeant, pardon. She can't interrupt like this. I'm trying to ask this witness questions, and he's repeatedly not asking the question I'm asking. I've allowed him to qualify his answers.
You are repeatedly interrupting him. Repeatedly. I listened to your witness without interrupting her once. Yes, maybe I interrupted once. You've done it repeatedly.
It may be an uncomfortable point for Miss Sargent's case, but I'd like to continue.
How dare you make submissions on what I have said, which is a perfectly legitimate request that you stop interrupting my witness's answer and try and turn that into some sort of submission on the merits of your point.
So if I could continue.
Yeah, please continue. It benefited me to hear his clarification. So
okay,
yeah,
I will allow him to continue his clarification. We may well go over time. That's all he said.
Yes, I mean it was just when you were seeking yes or no answers, there was an avoidance to say yes and no, so that did extend it. If you want to answer the question, then qualify.
I appreciate it.
That might be a better way of going about it.
Okay, so material drop.
Yes.
But you're not saying significant drop.
I'm not saying it's a significant adverse impact. No.
Significant drop in turnover to Waitrose.
To Waitrose, no, I'm not saying that now.
Now, if the store is already underperforming, an 8.8% drop in its turnover, I mean, certainly would entitle this inspector. You may disagree, but would entitle him to conclude that there's a risk of closure, wouldn't it?
It's 8.4%, but yes, the inspector is welcome to come to that conclusion. I would say I think the rest of the evidence on how that relates to the town centre vitality and viability, which I suspect we'll get onto shortly, is relevant in that determination.
So it would be a reasonable conclusion. You say he's welcome to conclude. That would be a reasonable conclusion. You may disagree with it, but it'd be a reasonable conclusion.
I wouldn't say so. I think it's fairly rare for level of 8.6% impact when a store is already shown to be comfortably trading at an underperforming level, to take that drop and say that's going to be the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
The if one assumes, let's move on to what I know you don't accept this, but if Waitrose were to close, just so I understand your case, is it your position that there is no risk to the Hart shopping centre, first of all?
I wouldn't say no risk. I'd say there's a fairly big jump to conclude that one would automatically lead to the other, and that would be the fundamental reason for refusal for a scheme such as this.
So what, in your proof, there's no assessment of the level of risk to the Hart shopping centre of closure, is there?
No.
In the event that Waitrose goes?
No.
So
equally, I don't think it's ever been suggested in Mr. Reeves' proofs by the council that was part of the risk, other than recently.
You had the opportunity in rebuttal, if you wanted to, and you agreed with me at the start that if there were significant points, you would have included them in your rebuttal. Miss Reeves' evidence does, you may disagree with it, but does set out her concerns about Waitrose closure and then the knock-on effect on Hart shopping centre.
Does it set out the? I'm sorry, this is a genuine question.
Well,
you may be able to take me through it. I'm not sure that there's a significant section on the risk of the Hart shopping centre and how well evidenced that is, but which may well have been why I didn't think it was worth going into too much detail in rebuttal.
Well, you can see from page 41 of her proof, can't you, that she's done an analysis of the uses in the Hart shopping centre. Yeah, you can see that on page 40.
The GOAD maps.
Yes, so she's done the GOAD map analysis, and then her conclusion at 176 is that the continued trading of Waitrose is important for the long-term health and continued operation of the Hart shopping centre. Yeah, which in turn provides the main retail floor space of the PSA.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's there clearly drawing a conclusion, which leads on to the ultimate significant impact in conclusion. But she's drawing a link between continued trading of Waitrose and the continued operation of the Hart shopping centre, isn't she?
Yes, I would say it's very circumspect and based purely on the the code survey results, of which I also provide more up-to-date figures in my own proof, which in the retail impact assessment addendum, which also talks about how Hart shopping centre had long had those vacancies, and I believe it was earlier during evidence in chief where I discussed why I don't believe that just looking at the size of units is enough to draw a causal link on the overall vitality and viability of a location. You've also got to look at the performance, both in terms of household survey and having visited and other aspects,
Okay.
which I don't think is here.
So it's your position, just to be absolutely clear, so you're saying Waitrose can close, you're saying Waitrose can close, yet there is a risk to the Hart Shopping Centre, but not a significant risk? Or
Yes.
what is the...
I don't think I've seen any evidence that would suggest otherwise. I think having seen M&Co close, 7 months ago and be reoccupied, we know that there is. I just haven't seen any evidence to suggest that you can make that jump.
Now, you accepted earlier that the Waitrose is an anchor store for the town centre. So it's an anchor store for the shopping centre, isn't it?
I didn't say it was an anchor for the town centre. I said for the shopping centre, and I caveated that by pointing out that anchors have less value if they are, for example, performing poorly.
Well, that may be the case, but if an anchor, if you accept that the Waitrose here is an anchor to the Hart district,
Yes.
To the Hart shopping centre,
Yes.
and if that anchor goes altogether, that has to create a risk, a significant risk to the shopping
I disagree.
centre.
I said there is a risk. I think you've seen last year one of the other anchors, the other anchor, went and the shopping centre didn't close, and in fact it was reoccupied by, having walked there at lunch, a fairly well utilised furniture store.
Well, we've used the anchor interchangeably. I mean, this isn't a retail anchor, and you accepted earlier on,
As is the furniture store.
Well, sorry, a convenience food retailer. Yeah, that is a significant anchor for the shopping centre, isn't it?
Yes. You're
not suggesting that a furniture store has the same role in anchoring a shopping centre as a let's take the world in which the furniture store was still there.
Mm-hmm.
That's not performing the same role in terms of bringing footfall in than a convenience food store of the size of Waitrose, is it?
No, it's performing a different one. It's potentially going to bring people from further afield because there may well be less competition. A furniture store has a slightly different role and function. People will travel far and wide to try a bed in this day and age.
So convenience, is it your evidence?
The anchors have different functions.
Okay, I understand it has different functions. Is it your evidence, therefore, that a furniture store, I think it was in the shopping centre prior.
Furniture store saying now.
Oh, it's furniture store
M&Co,
yeah, or whatever that was. Are you saying it's not your evidence, is it, that is as significant as an anchor as a convenience retail?
No, I didn't say
store
that.
The size of Waitrose. That's not your evidence, is it?
No, I didn't say that.
So it's not an answer to the point that if Waitrose goes, there is a risk to the Hart shopping centre to say, well, don't worry, because a previous anchor went, which was of a different type altogether. And in this case, I can't remember what it was. M&Co, I think it's been mentioned.
Yes.
That's not an answer to the point, is it? Because you're not comparing like with like.
No, but things change all the time. I don't think you're necessarily going to. You can't predict what could come in. The point simply is that there was interest from retailers, but there's nothing to say that it couldn't be another use that could come in and perform another anchor function within the shopping centre. I don't think I accept that there is a risk that the full shopping centre would go, but I don't think there's anything to suggest that you can make any jump beyond that.
Now, in terms of the numbers, just to be clear, you don't take any issue with the floor space numbers in Miss Reeves' proofs about the Hart shopping centre. I don't want to waste time.
I think there is a slight discrepancy between ours, but fundamentally they also hers are looking at a slightly worse case scenario, which was last summer. Our figures show that things have since improved and there are fewer vacancies, less vacant floor space, etc. For example, the M&Co was pretty large vacant unit and has, of course, as we've just discussed, since been reoccupied.
But in terms of total floor space, you can see on page 40 of Miss Reeves's evidence that she set out there. It's 10,100 square meters of in absolute terms total floor space in the Hart Shopping Centre. Yeah.
Yes. I don't have any reason to dispute that.
You don't dispute that, and we know I think it's in your proof, page 17, that in the town centre, there's a total of 38. I've got the number of 38,079 square meters of town centre uses in total.
Yes, I break it down in the retail impact addendum, page 17.
Yes, sorry, I muddled that. That was the NR addendum. So what we do know, what we do know from that is roughly a quarter of town centre uses, in terms of floor space, are currently in the Hart Shopping Centre, aren't they?
You mean floor space?
Yeah, floor space.
Yes, although not all of that is occupied.
Yeah, sure.
So the contribution to the vitality and viability of the town centre is lesser. There's of course nuances towards.
Yeah, so there's some vacancy going on there, but in total floor space, setting aside vacancy rates, the Hart Shopping Centre provides 25% of town centre floor space.
Yes, and what's interesting is that it doesn't perform that function in terms of how well the waitress is performing and the wider offer.
So your case, is it that a 25, let's assume you won't agree with this, but on the assumption that the Hart Shopping Centre closes, yeah, we've got a 25% loss of floor space, town centre floor space.
Occupied and currently vacant, yes.
Occupied and currently vacant. 25% of that goes across the town centre. Yeah. Yet it's your case that would not lead to a significant adverse impact on Fleet Town Centre as a whole.
Well, yes, we've made quite a few jumps in logic to get to this position where we assume a trade diversion that I fundamentally don't agree with. We assume that therefore an underperforming Waitrose takes that little bit of trade diversion and then decides to close. And then we've made the jump again that because of that, the shopping centre isn't able to reoccupy the unit like it did earlier this year with the other unit and would then close. I do not suggest that that would cause a significantly adverse impact purely because the current operation of the shopping centre is not as fundamental as that figure would suggest. There are a number of vacancies in that. It's long been seen as an underperforming part of the town centre. The Waitrose itself, as Miss Reeves agrees, is underperforming itself. The loss to the town centre is not as significant as that number in isolation would make out.
So just to be clear, so it's your case, it's your evidence that the loss of Hart Shopping Centre, which forms part of a significant part, in terms of size at least, of the primary shopping area within the town centre, the loss of that, you're saying, is insignificant.
When you say the loss of that, what do you mean? Do you mean those stores
shopping centre
cease closing? Cease operating.
Well, the loss of that floor space altogether. Shopping centre goes and closes.
In these hypothetical scenarios,
Yeah,
that space is still allocated as part of the primary shopping area. It is, of course, open for a redevelopment opportunity. But given how it currently trades and operates, yes, my position is that would not be significantly.
It's just a nonsense, is it? I mean, the main Hart Shopping Centre.
It's not the main.
Primary shopping
it's
centre.
Off the beaten track. The main bit of the primary shopping area is the core of Fleet High Street, which is doing very well.
Well, I'm going to put it to you one last time. So you're saying, just to understand this, you've agreed that this constitutes of the primary shopping area. It may be underperforming, but it's still important, isn't it?
It's part of the primary shopping area, and it can be important if it is performing well. If not, you could argue it detracts from the vitality and viability of the town centre.
So okay, seems to be because it's not doing very well. If it goes, not that's not.
There is a
there's no
lesser impact. Yes.
There's a lesser impact, but it would be a significant one, wouldn't it?
No.
In terms of what one of the markers of what whether something is performing satisfactorily. One of the factors, I mean, you've looked at vacancy rates. You've also, I think, looked at in your analysis in Appendix 1 of the NRA of the existence of national chains.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a good indicator. That is one factor of indicator of health. Yes.
It's difficult because you could also say the presence of a lot of independence is a good indicator of a thriving town centre that provides a kind of great viability to its local catchment. You've got to look at all of these in the round. The fact that it has attracted some national multiples is not a bad thing. Equally, the fact that it's got a good mix between independents and national multiples is equally no bad thing.
So could I take you to page 18 of the May 26 impact assessment, please?
Yes.
The paragraph A17.
Mm-hmm.
So this is part of your health check analysis, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And you've said the most significant proportion of uses are comparison good retail operators. I'm not going to repeat the 59 units. And then you say they include national retailers such as Boots, Robert Dyer's, T.G. James, Ryman Clark's.
Yes.
Yeah. As well as a number of independent operators.
Mm-hmm.
Now, those national retailers, I think Boots has got a frontage onto
the kind of
but those other national retailers, I think all of them are in the Hart shopping centre, aren't they?
Yes, but that is not to say that they could not relocate if they needed to. There is vacant space available. That's also not to say that that is necessarily a marker of the shopping centre doing well. I think the performance of the shopping centre, the vacancies, everything else is indicative of that. I also think that the presence, as I go on to say, of a lot of specialist comparison operators does, I'd argue, bigger job in contributing to the vitality and viability of Fleet town centre and its attraction to the wider retail catchment. I don't think you can just point to the fact that the national operators have chosen to be located in that location purely on the comparison side. Of course, the majority of convenience national multiple retailers are on the high street.
So what we do know is despite the Hart shopping centre underperforming, those national retailers have decided to stay, and they, for various reasons, they must find that the shopping centre is, notwithstanding the other vacancies in the town centre, the shopping centre is the most suitable place for them.
I can't speak as to their leases and why they may or may not have decided to locate there or not elsewhere in the centre.
And so you don't know what their lease arrangements are, etc. So you can't say, can you? And you haven't provided any analysis as to whether they could relocate to the rest of the town centre should the shopping centre go. You don't know that, do you?
I'm not entirely sure how, if they ceased operating and in your hypothetical scenario where that floor space didn't exist anymore, they would not then be able to trade elsewhere in the town centre.
Well, you said, I asked you about, I put to you that they were in the shopping centre, and you said, and I thought you said, oh, they can go elsewhere in the town centre.
In the scenario in which, in the hypothetical scenario in which you're presenting.
And you haven't got any evidence that that's the case, have you? There's no evidence before this inspector that that's the case.
Other than the vacant units that could facilitate them, yes.
You haven't analysed the suitability of those vacant units and whether they would be appropriate for these national retailers would want to go into those units.
I have not, no.
And so it is open to this inspector if one accepts that the existence of national retailers is a sign of a healthy, one indicator of a healthy town centre. And if the inspector was to conclude that there is a risk that the shopping centre would go, it would be open for this inspector to say, well, hang on, there's a risk that these national retailers are going to go. Yeah.
I think there are several leaps there to make that assumption. Yeah. I also don't think the presence of multiple retailers in and of itself is an indication of vitality and viability, as I've said earlier. So, but that said, the inspector is welcome to come to those conclusions if he wishes.
Of course, he's welcome to. It's a reasonable conclusion for the inspector to reach, isn't it?
Given the number of caveats that have been accepted along the way, I don't think that would be a reasonable assumption.
Well, let's go with me. If the inspector concludes, which I know you don't agree with, that there is a real risk of the Hart Shopping Centre closing, and if the inspector was to conclude that that therefore means that there's a real risk of the loss of national retailers to the town centre, yes, on those two hypotheses, it would be a reasonable conclusion for this inspector to reach that there will be a significant adverse impact on the vitality and viability.
I can't agree with that. No, I don't think that would be a reasonable jump.
And the reason you say that's not a reasonable jump is you've now said the existence of national retailers is not a key factor.
It's one aspect of many aspects of how you assess the vitality and viability of town centre, as is the presence of a number of independents that also provide function. You have very well performing towns all over Hampshire that may have a thriving, antiques function or what have you. The fact that there are some national multiple retailers and they happen to be located in the Hart Shopping Centre does not necessarily mean that floor space is so precious that it would be significantly adverse in this hypothetical scenario if it was lost.
And it's certainly an important enough factor for you to expressly assess it in your analysis of the Fleet Town Centre at A17.
Along
the
with
presence of national retailers.
Along with listing all the independent categories, yes.
I think one final point, and it may be a small point, but Ms. Reeves was referred to the car park that's linked to the Hart Shopping Centre.
Yes.
And I think your evidence in chief said, well, you said, well, there's other parking around, I think.
Yeah, there's
but that lot, if it were the case that car park was to close altogether, again, that would be another factor that the inspector could take into account when looking at significant adverse impact.
I think, again, you're making a jump.
Of course, yeah.
All of these things would necessarily lead to the other, which I don't think has been evidenced by Ms. Reeves. But in that case, that could be weighed into the mix.
So I think that might be I don't have any questions further. I just want to check I haven't missed anything from either my client or. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, just one final point, and it probably ties in with the role of the Hart Shopping Centre. So in terms of linked trips analysis, you haven't provided any evidence in your proof as to the extent of linked trips linked to the visiting the Hart Shopping Centre, have you?
Not within my proof. From memory, it was touched upon in one of the earlier submissions. It wasn't something I repeated in my proof.
So again, there is one has the impact of losing those stores themselves if that was to happen in the hot shopping centre. I know you don't accept that that will, but there would also be a knock-on impact in terms of linked trips, wouldn't there?
Potentially, but that trade, if those closed, would also be diverted to other stores in the town centre. So you could make the, I think, quite compelling case that if they were to shut and they potentially may not be performing, as we've seen the Waitrose system performing very well, that money could potentially support the rest of the stores in the town centre even more.
You say it could potentially, but there's no written analysis in your written evidence.
No, neither myself or Ms. Reeves provides any analysis of that.
Thank you very much, sir. There's no further questions for Mr. Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Is there any re-examination?
Just going in reverse order through the things that you were asked about when we came back from lunch.
Of course.
So you'll remember a couple of moments ago, Mr. Neal, let me just find the context for this. Yes, so this was the questioning around the national retailers. And Mr. Neal put it to you that you couldn't say whether those national retailers in the shopping centre would be able to relocate elsewhere in the town centre if the shopping centre were to go. And you said there are vacant units. And he put it to you that you'd not analysed the suitability of those units and you accepted that. To what degree is there any analysis of suitability from Ms. Reeves?
There is none to my knowledge.
Thank you. And then there was some discussion between you and Mr. Neal about the fact that the anchor store at the other end of the shopping centre from the Waitrose was vacant and is now, well, as I understand it, was occupied by M&Co, was vacant and is now occupied by the furniture store. And then it was put to you that the furniture store is playing a different role to a convenience food retailer. But to what extent, when a retailer, food or clothing or furniture, but a retailer is considering whether to take space in an anchor unit in a shopping centre, when they're contemplating whether that's a space they might want to move into, what extent is it relevant for them to consider whether a similar retailer is already occupying the other anchor store in the unit?
They may not necessarily want to compete with a direct competitor, to use a phrase that we've discussed a bit already. Equally, if something was complementary, they may choose to locate near to them.
Thank you. And then could we go to Ms. Reeves' proof, please? Oh, sorry, I think I don't have that open actually. One moment. Can we go to paragraph 176, please?
Yes. Yeah.
And so it's put to you that you have not assessed the level of risk to the shopping centre in your proof, and then you were taken to this paragraph, I'm sure you recall, which Mr. Neal said draws a link between the closure of Waitrose and the closure of the shopping centre. What's your view as a retail professional on the extent to which this can fairly be said to be a proper assessment of the level of risk to the shopping centre?
I think the fact that I said I didn't believe that Ms. Reeves had undertaken any similar analysis, and I was referred to this, we were all referred to this paragraph several times yesterday, points to the fact that I don't consider it to be a assessment of the reliance of the hot shopping centre on, or on Waitrose or the risk that it could close in the circumstances that Waitrose would close. So just picking up on that again, I think looking again, because it does seem to reference, it is clear to me and kind of points towards the earlier paragraph, the only link here is to say it is a big store in the shopping centre and the shopping centre has a lot of floor space. I don't consider that to be sufficient analysis to make that conclusion, that one would necessarily dictate that the other closes, especially given the performance issues we've all discussed.
You. And then it was put to you, the question, which I noted carefully, was the inspector has to understand at what stage a reduction in turnover becomes significant. So basically, the questioning was, well, you know, we've got your figure in your written evidence of the 1.4%, and then you analysed the worst case scenario of 8.4%, and you've explained why you still don't think that that would be significant. And then, you know, there was questions in an attempt to get you to identify a figure, which is the threshold, I suppose, for significance. What's your understanding of whether Ms. Reeves has identified the figure for the threshold of significance in her written or oral evidence?
There is none. There's no assessment of impact or the degree of significance.
That deals with the points from after lunch. Just a couple of follow-up questions from the discussion before lunch. Can we turn up the NRIAA, please, and go back to table 6 on page 14? This is your sensitivity testing.
Yes.
What is your understanding of whether anyone from the council or from LSH on behalf of the council has at any point actually asked your firm to undertake a sensitivity analysis?
There hasn't been any request. It was implied in evidence yesterday that, or I believe in cross-examination, that Ms. Reeves thought that the sort of implication of the most recent Lambert Smith-Hampton letter was that there was an expectation that there could be further analysis, but not only was that not expressly shared with us, it was sort of unwritten. The LSH letter was only provided with a week before refusal, but there was never any opportunity. The sensitivity analysis was provided by myself in the absence of any specific request or scope for what Ms. Reeves thought would be an appropriate sensitivity test.
Thank you. And then on a similar theme, it was put to you before lunch. There was obviously quite a long discussion around the potential for a manual adjustment, and you explained why you didn't make one, and then it was put to you that it would have been reasonable to make a manual adjustment. Leaving aside Ms. Reeves's written evidence and oral evidence, so leaving aside, you know, her proof and what you heard from her yesterday, I'll deal with that in submissions. Leaving that aside, again, what's your understanding of whether anybody from the council or from LSH ever suggested to Lichfield that a manual adjustment was necessary or was a reasonable thing to do?
There was none, and that is despite them having the raw data from August 2024 onwards.
And what's your view of whether LSH could themselves have undertaken analysis with a manual adjustment on the basis of the information that they had?
They haven't undertaken any analysis of market shares, existing turnover or impact.
Then finally, can we go back to page 18 of your proof, please?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I think. Actually, can we go to 6.41, please?
Yes.
Table 6.3.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a discussion around the price points of the respective retailers, and Mr. Neal said to you, you're suggesting that Waitrose and Sainsbury's don't compete, but they do, and you agreed that Sainsbury's and Waitrose do compete. But what extent do you consider that it's fair to suggest that you've ever actually suggested that Sainsbury's and Waitrose don't compete?
I have never made that suggestion in my proof or otherwise.
Good, thank you very much, Mr. Singer. So thank you very much. That concludes Mr. Singer's evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Given the extensive cross-examination, re-examination, no further questions from me, but thank you for your contributions.
Thank you.
Time for more evidence in chief. I think we've got Mr. Raper penciled in, so I'll just give a few moments for people to swap over, but we'll pause there. Neil, do you want to continue or are you seeking a break?
I'm just getting a few
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Raper.
Afternoon. Hello.
Your name is David Raper. You're employed as a Principal Planning Officer at Hart District Council. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
You hold a BA in City and Regional Planning from Oxford Brookes, and you're a chartered member of the RTPI.
That's correct. Yep.
You've I'm going to come back to your experience, but you've provided a proof of evidence, that's called document 9.2, where you address various matters that you set out, main issues main issues 2 and 3 and the overall planning balance. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Now, you've provided a professional declaration of paragraph 1.3 that the evidence you've prepared in this proof is given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, the RTPI, and you confirm that the opinions expressed are true and professional opinions. Do you still stand by that declaration today?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And so just again, for the formality, but I'm assuming we can take this as read, his proof, but I'll go through some highlights in examination chief. Thank you. So, Mr. Raper, in terms of your current role, you started with Hart District Council reasonably recently, didn't you, in March 2026?
Correct. Yeah.
And prior to that, you have 13 years experience working as a development management planning professional. You were previously at Hart in those previous roles, were you?
Not a Hart.
Oh, okay.
I was at Woking on 2 separate occasions.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant that you'd been at Hart before and come back.
No.
Okay. So you've been at Woking Borough Council and the London Borough of Brent prior to coming to Hart District Council. Now, just before we go into the analysis in your proof of evidence, in terms of familiarising yourself with the site, when you arrived at the council, at what point? I mean, were you instructed fairly quickly after that to go and see if you give evidence in support of this council position, this appeal? Could you just give a sense of the timings?
Yes, so I was made aware of it before I actually started. So between obviously accepting the role, I was made aware of this appeal, and I was made aware of it and I was asked to represent the council to see if that was something I was prepared to do, and I was able to view everything and satisfy myself that I was comfortable defending the appeal. So before I'd started, I was aware of the appeal and the site surroundings, and as soon as I started at Hart, I began work on the appeal.
Now, I'm going to follow the scope of your proof of evidence and setting out your views. And I'm going to try and confine myself, and I'll be corrected if I veer off this, into just looking at your views on impact on character and tree loss, rather than looking at the question of planning balance, because that would all be for later. So with that in mind, you set out the policy context that pages 4 and 5 of your proof of evidence. I'm not going to look at all of those policies and compliance with the NPPF, because that's stuff that can come up. That will come up, I think, later on in the planning part of your proof of evidence. I'd like to take you straight away, please, to on page 6, where you analyse, or you look at Elvetham Heath, and you note some of the features of Elvetham Heath on page. You can see that on the history of it on paragraph 5.5, where they say the area was developed for housing in the early 2000s. And then you mention, top of the page, the design brief for Elvetham Heath, and you've referred to various aspects of it. Now, just pausing there, why did you go to the design brief, and what have you looked at in that document, and why does it assist the inspector?
Well, Elvetham Heath was, as I say there, it was comprehensively master planned in the early 2000s, and given the size and importance of the development for Hart and Fleet, the design brief was prepared and adopted by the council to guide the ongoing development of Elvetham Heath. And I think that highlights the amount of work that went into it, and the fact that it's got its own design brief, I think highlights the importance and the uniqueness of that area. And it sets out the distinct characteristics of the area, the urban design strategy. It says that the ongoing development should draw upon the distinct characteristics of the area and the wider area and North Hampshire, which includes vernacular, local rural vernacular, and Victorian, Edwardian, and arts and crafts development. It establishes a landscape-led design approach with priority given to tree planting and woodland, and part of the strategy is the use of spine roads through the development, which are heavily planted, and lots of retention of trees as well. I think it's important that it sets the scene for Elvetham Heath, and I think the ongoing development has accordance with this. And it's a high quality landscape-led master planned area of the borough with its own unique character. I think it's an important document which is a helpful guide to how the area has developed. Appendices, so for example, figure 3 in the appendices document of the design brief sets out. Yeah, I think it appears twice. Yeah, it's 5.05 is the one I'm looking at here. So that just sets out a few key figures. One of those is figure 3, which is the landscape sets out a broad landscape and visual appraisal, and it identifies two key entrances to the site, one to the southwest, one to the northeast.
Are you on just so we're with you, is that page 5, electronic page 5? Are you on the paper copy?
It'd be page 5, yes, yeah. And figure 5, the same document establishes the spine road approach to movement through the site, and there's that corresponds with Elvetham Heath Way. So that dark black line in figure 5 shows the key routes through the site, which is the spine road.
That's the plan titled New Infrastructure Plan.
That's correct, yeah. So it establishes the urban design strategy for the Elvetham Heath.
So that's sort of, I mean, that's projecting forward. This was a document published in 1999. I mean, I don't think you're suggesting it's not SPG now that should be followed, are you? That's not, you're saying.
It's a material consideration insofar as it's relevant to the theme at hand, in that it established the operations for the area for urban design.
And what then happened? So we had this in 1999. This is what it's saying the aspirations for are in terms of what's on the ground now.
So I think what's been built has accorded with the design brief. I think it has a very distinctive character. It's got distinctive arrival points. There's a predominance of trees and landscaping across Elvetham Heath, which is very evident, particularly as you travel along Elvetham Heath Way and when you enter the site from the southwest. And I think the urban design quality is high, and that's fed through from the design brief.
You mentioned on page 8 and 9 the design policies in the local plan. I'm not going to. The inspector will be able to read those, and you've also mentioned the MPPF policies in relation to design. Again, I don't want to stray into planning evidence in terms of weighting, conformity, etc., of those policies. But if just in terms of from a design perspective, I think you set out policy NBE 9 in the 2020 plan, and you want paragraph 6.7. So what are the key? What's that policy telling, indicating to the decision maker what to consider when looking at a design of a proposal?
I think the key elements of that policy are that it requires developments to seek to achieve high quality design and to positively contribute to the structure of the area. And it sets out that developments will be supported where they promote, reflect, and incorporate the distinct qualities of its surroundings. That's a key point, I think. And also respect local landscape character and sympathetically incorporate any on-site or adjoining landscape features such as trees. So I've highlighted those sections in particular in my proof, because I think they're most relevant.
Before we get into, well, do you want to come back to the specific policies relating to trees and green infrastructure now, or do you want to come back to that when you've dealt with that in your proof in section 16? well, why don't we just follow the sequence of proof? So in terms of trees in particular, you've mentioned some policies and guidance there. And what is there anything we can see what you've written on page 11 as to what those policies are? But which are the key development plan policies that are relevant to impact on trees?
With trees in particular, we've got policy CON 8 of the saved local plan, where it states that development which affects trees will only be granted if these features are shown to be capable of being retained, or if removal is necessary, new planting is undertaken to maintain the value of these features. And that's in addition to the more general policy of NBE 9, where it talks about respecting the distinct qualities of the area and the landscape character of the area, for example.
I see. And then you've mentioned the green infrastructure network at 6T1. Can you just explain what that is?
Yeah, there is actually a definition in our local plan. There's also a helpful definition in the MPPG. So green infrastructure is a range of features which effectively have a number of benefits the area, and that can include trees, or it can include open space, private gardens, which together offer a number of benefits, including to townscape character, for example, visual amenity, in addition to things like ecology, and although that's not necessarily in dispute here, but it's more the townscape quality the green infrastructure contributes to.
Where I mean, just so we can understand, I mean, this site with I think it's not in dispute. A chunk of this, a part of this site is covered by the green infrastructure sort of designation proposals map, isn't it? But not the entirety.
Yes, so the green infrastructure network in the district is mapped. It is mapped on the proposals map. So figure 5 on page 17 of my proof shows an extract of that map. It shows the extent of the green infrastructure network. So part of the site is included within that, but not the northern part and the hard standing.
I see. I think it's actually set out in the there's about we don't indicate it now, but there's a plan in one of the it's either Mr. Neeson's or the arboricultural evidence of the appellant that shows that plan. I don't know if you have that to hand, but anyway, we can come back to that if we need to. What does page 12? We've got the local plan policy referring to green infrastructure. What is that telling us?
That sets out that green infrastructure should be affected as part of development proposals, avoiding loss, fragmentation, or significant impact on the function of the network, amongst other things. It sets out that any adverse impacts on the green infrastructure network should be mitigated. Essentially, it seeks to avoid the loss and fragmentation of the green infrastructure network.
Going to your analysis of design, you've mentioned on page 13, you mention but you've already mentioned that the Heath was or the Elvetham Heath was master planned, and the built environment. You then say the built environment is defined by good quality interpretation of Victorian, Edwardian, and rural vernacular styles. Just to be clear, I mean, where have you got? You mentioned the design brief. Does that assist in telling us about the architectural styles that have been used in the Elvetham Heath?
Yes. Design brief is quite helpful in that. So under paragraph 2, page 25, paragraph 2.11.3, for example, it talks about, of the design brief, about the characteristics, including the materials and roof forms, and then it does go on later on in the same section to be clear that paragraph 2.11.6, that this doesn't mean that this needs to be a pastiche or repetitive or monotonous. Essentially seeks a high quality interpretation of those styles, the Victorian, Edwardian.
Is that so you're on the internal copy, so that's internal page 27, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Oh, and you're on paragraph 2.11.6?
Yeah.
And that's electronic page 34. For anyone else, it's not on paper copy. Okay. So just in terms of your analysis of the design of the scheme, first of all. So I'm not going to repeat everything you've said because the inspector can read that and have a look at the figures you've proposed. But I'd like to ask you well, in a nutshell, please, to address the point that's been made in the architectural evidence of Mr. Pearce. Have you read? You've had a chance to read that?
Yes, yeah.
And I'm going to summarise this, but in summary, he's saying, well, the point is being made that there's a variety of typologies that has been in the immediate area, so building typologies, etc. And therefore, and I'm going to sort of paraphrase here, that in some way that means that there's been a range of design approaches. You can see that at 3.5 of his approach. And then he says this on page 7. It might be worth just putting up as proof. You got that CD 10.2?
Yeah.
Mr. Pearce says let's start at 3.4. The immediate vicinity of the appeal site does not display a single clearly identified architectural typology or historic character. A collection of individual, community, retail, residential buildings of different form, architectural profession, function, most of which are relatively modern origin. And then he says these buildings represent a range of design approaches that have emerged progressively since the 1980s, frequently drawing on a mix of familiar established aesthetics rather than reflecting a cohesive or tradition-led architectural language familiar to this particular location. And then he says, as such, the area cannot reasonably be described as possessing a consistent or unified architectural identity, which would dictate a prescriptive design response. Now, do you agree with that? Or do you have any? What comment would you make on that observation that he's set out there?
I wouldn't agree that there isn't a cohesive Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. I think the key point there is that it talks about dictating a prescriptive design of response, but I think there's been a number of design approaches to buildings in the area, but I think they've been reasonably successful actually in aligning with the aspirations of the design brief in achieving high quality design in buildings. And over Leaf, actually, in that proof, there's some photographs of some of the different buildings in the area. So page 9 and 10. And whilst opinions may vary on some of the buildings, I think good efforts have been made to incorporate some of the traditional features, the distinct qualities of that style of architecture, the rural Victorian Edwardian style, the use of hipped roofs and buttresses, etc., and modern interpretations of traditional forms. I think, especially in that area, because this is next to the local centre where buildings are more visually designed. So you've got the pub and church and community centre. They may be individually designed, but I still think they're cohesive in terms of the architectural approach, quality resulting architecture, I would say. I think it all feeds into a strong sense of place. Elvetham Heath, I think buildings in the vicinity of the site are all consistent with that.
Now, we can see, there's already a supermarket in Elvetham Heath, isn't there? And
Yes.
the Morrisons.
Yeah.
You mentioned, I think you mentioned just then the sort of Edwardian, Edwardian Victorian qualities that are referred to in the design brief. Looking at Morrison's first of all. How you mentioned pitch roofs, etc. What's happened with the Morrison store when that was introduced? What efforts have been made there, for example, to affect the local character?
Well, it's through the use of pitched roofs, gable roofs. That particular store, the image above there, you can see the buttress style features on the building, which are typical of the arts and crafts movement. It's not evident in that photo underneath, but on that Morrison's, they do use some of those features, and it's got a power feature as well. So whilst opinions may vary about how successful some of these features are, they nonetheless have attempted to respect the character of the area, the distinct qualities of the area, and the design brief.
Thank you. Now, in a nutshell, could you just explain what your criticisms are of the design of building? You can see the figures that you put out on page 14 and 15. You just point out why do you take issue with
So yes, on page
the design of the building that you can see there?
Page 14, figure 1, that shows the proposed front and rear, which is the east and west elevations. So the rear elevation would be the one facing west. And that faces Elvetham Heath Way, so it's fairly prominent key elevation, but the building presents a very long, blank, largely unrelieved elevation. Which is dominated by masonry. So it's a large, imposing elevation with no active frontage. So there's no windows or doors on a key elevation. And as I've said earlier, which we may come on to later, this is an important corner plot. It's a gateway location to Elvetham Heath. And the proposal site occupies an important position. That elevation is important, in my opinion. But it represents a very large, bulky, imposing elevation. It lacks the design quality, the detailing, the variations in materials and fenestration, which you might find on other larger buildings in that area. I don't think it can be said to respect those distinct qualities of Elvetham Heath.
Now, one of the points you make is that you've referred to at 640 to the appeal scheme adopting similar form and design to other supermarket proposals in various locations in the country, and you've set up some examples. I mean, we know that each case has to be considered on its own merits, and you say that at 643. But why have you referred to these other examples that you've identified from other little developments nationally?
I've included those because I think it's striking that the appeal scheme adopts essentially the same overall format, bulk and massing, as various other schemes around the country. Apart from changes to materials, there's little variation in those three elevations. And of course, they will have their own contexts, all of those sites, but I think it's striking how similar it is to what's proposed here, which I think points to a scheme that hasn't been designed to respect its context. I think a standardized design approach has been adopted for a site which is quite important, in my opinion, in an area with its own distinctive character.
Okay, so are there any other points about the actual design of the building that you want to draw attention to at this stage, or are those the key points that you made 1415 and the gateway point you make? I think you make that at 633. Or is it really just those are the key points, are they?
Yeah, it's the dominance of the building, the unrelieved elevations, lack of detailing, the sort of overall industrial appearance of the building, and its failure to respond to its context.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat. You've set out why in terms of the design policies why your conclusions at 645, 647. I'm not going to go back to those and no doubt touch on those in your planning evidence. Now, just in terms of, we'll come back to the LVA that was carried out by the appellant. Can we just go through now the the reason for refusal and your analysis of that in terms of loss of trees and green infrastructure? We're now at the bottom of page 16. Now, before we Well, when one of the issues appears to be do with the between the council and the appellant appears to be in some is in relation to the loss of trees and the actual number of those. You just I mean, you mentioned the arboricultural impact assessment, and then you've looked at the removal of trees at 655. Could we've got the evidence, the arboricultural evidence of the appellant. I mean, could you just talk through, explain to Inspector what the difference between you and Mr. Cleves is, and just in terms of if there is a difference in terms of numbers of trees being removed?
Well, we know that 47 individual trees will be removed, but it also includes part of a group of trees, T1G, and the only unknown, I think, is how many individual trees might be part of that group.
I see.
So I don't have that in the report, but that group of trees is to the west of the site, which borders Elvetham Heath.
If you got Mr. Cleves's brief in front of you, it's CD 10.4.
Yeah.
So he looks at the groups of trees being removed. I mean, is there? This is at 3.1 to 3.5 of his brief. Is any of that? Is there a disagreement with him on any of that, or?
No, not in that section. Any disagreement, I think, would be
he touched on page 5 as well, the extent of tree loss within the area, and he's given as a plan to illustrate that.
Yeah. The only point I think is in paragraph 4.4.
Oh, yeah.
Where it said that more new trees are proposed than to be removed. But I'm not sure that's correct if we don't know how many trees are in the group of trees in T1G.
I see. Now he says okay, so so he says the proposal would improve paragraph 4.4. The proposal would make sure I got the right.
Yeah.
He said the proposal would improve tree cover overall. I may have got the wrong reference actually. Is that your view? Do you agree with that?
It's the following sentence where it says it should be noted that there are more new trees proposed than would be removed. And I would say I haven't seen,
I see,
for example, the number of trees in T1G. So I don't think that is a correct.
Okay.
Without having the actual number of trees, I don't think I can say that would be the case.
I see. And then he says at 4.6, so there's a plan at the bottom of page 4.6.
Yeah.
And he's saying he says that the submitted tree protection plan showed the northern part of T1G to be removed completely and then replaced with new planting. But he's saying actually what you could do is only remove some trees in the back of the group and allow a bit of working space for construction. And then you could leave the front, the sort of western edge intact for greater continuity of cover. Now, is that something do you agree that that's a possibility, or?
It could be possible, but we don't have any tree protection plan to show that. So it's a hypothetical situation, but we don't know, without a tree protection plan to tie it to, we can't give any weight to that possibility, I would say. And we don't know what that would equate to in terms of what individual trees would be contained in that group.
Okay. Set out, going back to your proof in terms of trees. So you make the point about the number, you've got the loss of a tree group 1G, so you can't quantify the numbers, 6.56. And then what is your concern about the extent of the loss of trees? And can you just summarise that in a nutshell?
I think trees are an important part of the character of the site, but also, as we've said already, Elvetham Heath really, and the surrounding area generally. They make an important contribution to the character of the area. They are protected, most of the trees on the site. And given their location, the location of the site at a key entrance point to Elvetham Heath, I think they contribute to that verdant character of the area. And I think the loss of trees is significant, which would harm the character of the area.
So it's tied into the character of the area point, which is sort of covered in both. I think both reasons for refusal mention character of the area, so it feeds into the same underlying concern, does it?
Yeah, it's very much a character-based reason. It's intrinsically related to the impact on the area, I would say.
And the in terms of design, you mentioned the design review panel on page 19, page 661. In relation to trees, what did they say? You can see the extract.
Yes.
19.
Yeah, the North East Hampshire Design Review Panel reviewed the scheme, and they considered the proposal would result in the extensive loss of trees to the setting of Elvetham Heath, and the replacement planting wouldn't compensate for the loss of amenity provided by the wooded backdrop.
Do you agree with that assessment or not?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, and you reach, I'm not going to ask you to repeat your conclusions, but you draw conclusions in relation to the loss of those trees in policy terms at 664 and 665, do you? Page 20.
Yes, yeah.
Is there anything else you want to comment on trees, or are those the?
Only that I think it's important to remember that there is a TPO on the site, and I do think the trees have public amenity value. Individually they might be C category trees, some of them, for example, but they do still have public amenity value in an important location. Particularly considering these make up an important part of the distinctive character of Elvetham Heath. See from a lot of the photos, for example, photograph 1 on page 7 is just a view of Elvetham Heath Way. So got heavily planted roads going through the site, wooded backdrops, etc.
Now, can I just take you back? So those are your main conclusions. Can I just take you back to the appellant? You look at the appellant's was the TVIA, isn't it? I think you've referred to it as an LVIA on page 16.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of sort of landscape impacts, I think we can see in the statements of common ground, and it was reflected in the officer's report, that there was agreement. There wasn't a significant agreement, or in fact any real disagreement over the assessment in the LVIA and the conclusions in terms of effects, in terms of landscape.
Yeah.
Why is it the case, therefore, that nonetheless you could still consider that there's going to be an impact on the character of the area? I mean, it might be worth just looking at what the LVIA said, TVIA says, and how that translates into how you've used that in your assessment of impact on character.
Yes, so I acknowledge that the TVIA predicts an impact of minor, moderate significance. However, I think the TVIA is a technical assessment and it's not a planning judgment. It doesn't determine the acceptability of a proposal.
Can we just look at that? You said it's a minor impact. Could you just pull up just show the inspector, just so we've got it. He may not have seen this before. Can we just pull up the TVIA and just look at what the impacts are? Let's look at the landscape impacts, first of all.
Sorry, which CD is it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to give you that.
Is it 5.10?
No.
CD 150?
Yes.
1.50.
Go ahead with me. Yeah. So this is the TVIA carried out by Landscape Partnership, and I think you've mentioned in your proof there's an overall moderate adverse impact in vicinity in year 1 and a minor moderate adverse in year 15. Yeah, you can see that at 649. Can you just show the inspector where that is in the TVIA?
I believe that's table 9.1, page 31.
You've got the paper copy, have you? Yeah, I
Yes.
see. With you, I think it's, yes, a few ahead of you. So that's you're working on paper copy. What's the internal number, just so I can?
So it's table 9.1 on page 31 of C150.
Yeah, so that's the summary of effects on townscape character.
Yeah.
And on page 31, what's that telling us?
So I think, yeah, the first part is the area and the neighbourhood area as a whole.
Yeah.
After year 15, an adverse effect of minor significance.
Yeah. And then we've got the vicinity of the site, haven't we?
The vicinity of the site, just over Leaf. Year 15, the adverse effect of minor, moderate significance.
Yeah, so significant effect. Sorry, on the bottom are you on the bottom of page 31? Moderate, yes. I see. No, over the page.
Just over.
Minor, yeah, now, you don't disagree with, or do you disagree with any of this, or is this something you've looked at don't fundamentally disagree with? And if so, how does that feed into your analysis of the character of the area?
I don't fundamentally disagree with it, but I think TVIA is a technical assessment. But it doesn't, for example, assess the design quality of a scheme. I've reached a planning judgment after balancing all the issues together. I think also it's important to remember our policies aren't framed in terms of whether there would be a minor, moderate, or neutral impact. For example, our policies require a quality design and to respect the distinctive qualities of an area. I don't think it concludes on the acceptability.
Is there anything else about the TVIA and what it says you want to draw attention to?
Only the final conclusion, where paragraph 11.6.1.
Yeah, so that's electronic page 44.
I'm not sure if it is saying this, but if it's saying that a major or a major moderate effect can be considered significant, it then goes on to say, and that they therefore merit particular consideration in the planning process. I think ultimately the decision maker decides the level of weight to be given to different harms and the overall planning harm of a proposal.
Yeah. So subject to that sort of caveat, you don't take fundamental issue with what's in the TVI in respect of landscape.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there anything else I think that pretty much covers your analysis of character. Is there anything you want to mention? Have I missed anything in terms of proofs of evidence that you've seen that you want to draw attention to, or does that pretty much cover the points you wanted to raise in Chief?
Only the gateway function of the site. There appears to be some disagreement about whether the site is a gateway or forms part of a gateway.
Is that a disagreement with Mr. Neeson primarily? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the TVIA actually, I think, acknowledges that the site does form part of a gateway. So paragraph 4.6.3 of the TVIA says site lies close to the entrance to Elvetham Heath. It does therefore form part of the gateway to the area. And paragraph 9.3.5 said the site lies close to one of the main entrances to Elvetham Heath and the roundabout on Fleet Road, identified as a key gateway. Elvetham Way creates a green entrance to the neighbourhood. Trees and woodland lining both sides of the road. So I think it was acknowledged in the TVIA that the site is part of a gateway to Elvetham Heath.
And why does that matter?
Because in the landscape proof of evidence, that differs slightly.
Yes, I think in the rebut, you can see that in the rebuttal from Mr. Neeson, he takes is that what you want to draw attention to? There's a section of his proof saying the evidence in paragraph 2.12 of Mr. Neeson's rebuttal, the evidence indicates the principal gateway is associated with the Fleet Road roundabout, Brick Road, etc., etc. So what's the
So it was
what's the issue between you and Mr. Neeson in this respect?
I think it's about whether the site is a gateway or not. I think in the proof of evidence, it was disputed in paragraph 7.4.3. That the gateway was further south and not the appeal site. But earlier on in the proof of evidence at paragraph 7.2.4, it was acknowledged that the gateway is not defined by a singular landscape feature, but rather by the experience of movement along Elvetham Heath Way and through a highway junction, which I wouldn't disagree with, but I wouldn't agree that the site is not part of a gateway.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Raper. So I've got no further questions in Chief.
Okay.
On those matters.
Thank you. Just looking at the clock, it's 4:10. I think it's worth pressing on and just going straight to cross-examination. Or
we haven't had a break for over 2 hours, so I will politely request a comfort break before we do that.
okay.
I also don't, just in case Mr. Neal needs to speak to this witness today, I don't think I'm going to finish his cross-examination even by 5:30. So I'm very happy to start, but equally, that's where I think I am.
Is your preference to start today?
I'm happy to. It's not my preference in the sense that I just think it's generally quicker if you just run it and then the person can get off the stand. But I think, I don't know, my view is we'll still have time to get through Mr. Raper's evidence and my 3 witnesses on these issues tomorrow. But if you'd like to hear half an hour, 45 minutes, then I'll crack on.
No, having heard that and sort of thought it through a little bit more, I think, if we adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow, and I think we'll start afresh then. So we'll adjourn there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Also might instruct the officer. So I may have to ask him about things about the appeal generally. I just want to make that clear to him. That's okay, because otherwise he's in Purder overnight. Obviously, wait till that.
Yes, he's in Purder, so that starts following Chief, but that needs to be respected.
Yeah, I've just made it clear that doesn't mean I can't say that he's aware. If I can still talk to him about other aspects of the procedural documents for the appeal, etc.
Other aspects, yes.
To say he's aware.
So I'm obviously, both Mr. Neal and Mr. Raper are obviously professionals. I'm entirely happy to trust them both not to talk about landscape and trees. And anyway, I haven't actually started the cross-examination yet. So
no.
Yeah, I know the new FUL rules say once in Chief started, that's it. So I'm not going to try and I don't need to ask about trees and landscape anyway. But
but the other case management stuff, there's not an issue as I see it. So we'll adjourn there. Thank you.